request for this or that because they're unhappy and they're gonna give me the business, you know. Right. And so I have to jump through all these hoops and get them all this data.
Ramona, are you there?
I am.
All right, just testing, making sure we're all good here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Ramona, I was given some good news for the. I did an analysis of the cases that are left that are active, and the number that I ran today indicated 202 million, and to exceed the 95%, it was 213. So, or it had to be less than 213. So they're there already, which is good. So the approval of the appraisal records will happen on the 20th. We're going to put an agenda item. We're going to put an agenda item on the 20th that afternoon.
That's the 29th.
So that's good news.
Yes, it is. It's very good news.
We have in phone or in person first, Sal?
I believe it's both. I think someone just called in. This is a 2019 case for today as well. It has to be on the second.
Yeah, thank you. I looked at that today and I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes.
Today is the 15th.
Just look at our first base.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Tuesday's birthday.
They have 4.
Yeah, that's odd, isn't it?
Yeah, I got 4 and 6 up here.
Morning.
Oh, sorry, Charlie.
Hey, Mike.
Ma'am.
Can you ask Beth to email me the affidavit for 951, 1446, and 1493,
Yeah,
please?
I'll get her in here and get her to email you whatever affidavit you need. Hang on.
Thank you.
Girl, were you flying?
What?
Were you just like flying, like, wow? Oh my God. My problem is like, because
At 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
I still got here.
but she still got here. She did good. I'm proud of you.
I airline like this.
So our first call in this morning is Mr. Hallmark. He is the representative for L&L, who has the 2019 and the 2020.
Are you first up?
Yes. So I am assuming you want to start with the 2019 case?
Yeah.
Okay.
How is it I'm just curious.
Go ahead,
This
Beth.
was one.
Ramona, Beth is here.
This was
Go
one
ahead
where
and
we-
But how do
rattle
we
off
have a
the things.
2019?
This is one that we agreed to
Can you hear me, Beth?
Yes, ma'am.
and told them it was going to be a.
I need an affidavit for 951, 1446, and 1493. Please.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get those sent right over.
I don't think 14
Thank you.
happening today, but
I'll check.
I don't have any of those things. What did you say about it?
we're gonna start out with case 2019 1414. So it's the one on your separate
Oh,
page.
2019, on this one.
Yes, but it will be in your Kindle.
Oh, let me get,
Got this
and
person.
this person's already called in?
Yes.
There's a person on the, there's a person.
But they're
already
not
on.
coming
Okay, and
in.
this is their phone number if you want to verify.
Are they
But they're
doing
not a
it in
phone,
Zoom?
oh, so we're not doing the person that's already on Zoom.
Oh, they're on Zoom?
We have somebody
thought he
on
was-
Zoom.
Phoning in.
We had somebody on, in the waiting room on Zoom for a while.
Okay.
This person here who's on twice.
Well, then, yeah, so I need to know that for purposes of signing them in. So if she was there earlier, then we really need to
She
start
was on there at
with
the
her.
same time I was doing Ramona in.
Okay,
um,
it looks like we had somebody sign into Zoom before this case, so we're gonna need to hear that one first.
And which is that?
All right, that
It's Suzanne Campbell is the name that shows up here.
yes, and it is case number 833.
833?
833?
Yes,
I don't have.
I don't have
I do, it's on page 2.
833, account number 40.
Page 2 in the middle of the page.
it. We don't have page.
You don't have page 2?
Yeah, that's the problem. There's no page 2.
All right,
Just make 5 copies, 6 copies.
okay.
I have a page two.
In which book, Charlie?
What's the difference
Oh.
between 11 and 13 properties?
We were just told that, somebody else virtualed in prior to the LML, so you can hang it if you want, or you. Is this one, does it say, does somebody have page 2?
I have
No, I
page
don't
two.
think he does, I don't.
Can I see that?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm picking them as their full name, not as that.
Which one is that?
Suzanne Campbell.
Because they're telling me this number is somebody else. But this was the first person.
Yeah, that's just a residential.
There's two
Yeah,
Suzannes.
it's just a residential.
I think it's the same person,
And the next one is,
but I'm gonna do this, when I get the first person on, I'm gonna go ahead and
14
spotlight
and
us.
14, this is the
Yeah.
Because
2019 and
Then it
2020.
holds that for the whole day, you know, whatever, which is great,
It's
because
all
like, I
good.
don't want it to.
It's all good, Kathy.
So are we ready for me to bring Miss Campbell in or no?
No, we don't have a page.
We need, everybody wants page 2 so they can look at everything.
None of us got page 2. We don't have any of the info.
Y'all are slacking.
Except, excuse me, except Charlie had it and he wasn't sharing.
Ramona has it too.
I do. Y'all just don't listen to me. I said I had it.
Ramona and Charlie, they rate.
Ramona,
They
we
get
are too listening to you.
Y'all ignore me. I know it.
How many times do I go, and Ramona?
Oh,
Here she is.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that. I just kept looking at pages. I was like, oh, there is no page 2. Thank you very much.
833, is that what it is?
Val, I want to thank you that there's very few times this stuff like this happens. You do such a great
Ever,
job.
ever.
And she like gets us to us immediately, so it's like it was there the whole time.
Beth and I work together, so this is all a joint effort. So,
You're just awesome.
okay, so this is case 833.
833, got it.
You all tell me when you're ready, and I'll bring her in.
We're ready.
Give us
we're ready.
one minute.
Hello, Ms.
Suzanne, good
Campbell.
morning.
Okay, now,
Suzanne?
Hello, Ms. Campbell.
Ramona?
what?
No, we're just checking to see if you're still
says.
Yeah, I'm here.
Says Suzanne Campbell is connecting to audio and it's doing a little
Wavy thing.
wavy thing, exactly.
Your hand was doing this.
It was, I'm doing that, see?
That would not be a good break dancer. He went like, he didn't do his wave.
I am not gonna play, what is it,
Suzanne?
charades?
No, he was doing this, but. it
Miss
wasn't-
Campbell? Oh, she's gone now. All right, I'm gonna try this one now. I'm assuming this is the same Suzanne,
Okay, I don't know.
I'll have to
it's the
ask.
next person in, so.
It's not the phone number.
It's okay. Try it.
It's not, I mean, neither one of them was a phone number.
Is it still doing the wavy thing? See, it looked like a, I don't know, boarded dolphin or something.
Hey, he can be your
Miss Campbell?
charades partner, not mine.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Campbell.
Hi. Hi.
Charlotte Powers at the Appraisal Review Board.
Yes, hello.
Hi. We have some administrivia to go through before we get started, so just follow along with us, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on 2020-833, account number 48601. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. On the board are myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Secretary, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and Ramona LeBlanc is in here via Zoom. We do not work for the Appraisal District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone and are signed.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. In that regard, I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Valerie Smith. I'm the notary public for the state of Texas. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature, and I am physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Suzanne, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Suzanne, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No.
Okay. Do you have it in front of you, or can you put your hands on a document called Hearing Procedure Times?
Oh,
Page 5 in your package is the
hang on.
appraisal thing.
Yeah, hang on.
It's got 4 columns.
Yes, I have. Yes, sir, I have it right here.
Great. That's what we're going to follow throughout the hearing. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to make your case.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me today. I appreciate it. I was given documents associated with the property on 1301 Weeping Willow that were called comps, justifying the appraisal of my property, and I'm just questioning the comps that were provided and the price per or the value per square foot of these comps. I've submitted other comps that I feel are closer in line with my property, and those average rates are lower per square foot for the value of the house, excluding the land value. Those costs per square feet are lower than the value that I was given on the comp from the county. All of the comps from the county have additional features to the homes. For example, they have ponds, or they have a metal roof, or they have above and beyond items on their properties that far exceed the 1301 Weeping Willow property. And so I just feel that the appraisal is a little high on that property. And I was told that the appraisal is based on when we listed the property last year for 300, I believe it was 329. And that's a true statement. We did list it for 329, and we had 6 people visit, and not, I mean, that's why we took it off the market. It wasn't even close to that. And so it's not on the market now. And I just feel that as of January 1 of 2020, that was not the value of this house. And I'm asking that you reconsider those comps and look at the comps I've provided, and look at a more reasonable value. When we bought the home, we bought it for $137,500. We put $50,000 into it. I realized that that's probably not a reasonable evaluation for the area, but I would prefer that we look at the others, the FM 1781 or the Loop 1781, and even 1415 Weeping Willow is more in line. So that's what I'm asking. That's all I have.
May I just add, okay, can I just add, so did you buy this house in March of 2019?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you. All right, so now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine, and then they have 5 minutes to present their evidence.
I guess in my cross-examine time, I'll look at some of the comparable properties that the subject property owners indicated are her comps. The first one is, I guess you're looking at the price per square foot, is that correct?
Yeah, what I did was I backed out the land, because pretty much the land for all of them were pretty much the same, and I was looking at the cost per square foot of the house. So whatever the value of the land was on the CAD site, that's what I backed out, and then I took the price per what was left, a price per square foot on the house.
Okay, so you just did some analysis on the price per square foot of a house.
Yes, sir.
Did you adjust any differences for square footage in your analysis, ma'am?
I didn't. I took the square footage provided on the CAD sites, and I didn't detail square footage or anything like that.
Thank you so much for that answer. Did you adjust for effective age of those structures?
I did not adjust for effective age. However, I do have effective ages, but no, I did not.
Thank you so much for that answer. Did you adjust for all the individual elements of each individual property?
I did not. I just did a very quick analysis.
Thank you so much for that answer. I'll move on to my to my ACAT evidence. The subject property was purchased for $137 and change in March of 19. And what it appears is there were some elements that were added to the home. It was made better than what it was in years prior. And what you see is a grid. If you could go to my grid here, it was listed Let me go back to the first page.
Am I supposed to be seeing this?
It was mailed to you, ma'am. This is the
Oh,
Aransas
okay.
CAD evidence. that we-
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah.
And you can follow along as I'm talking. When you take the listing off, when did you stop your listing?
Oh, goodness. You know, I'm guessing. I want to say it was November, but I'm honestly not sure. I really don't remember.
It says October 30th of 2019.
Okay.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
So continue on. The next page is the actual page. You can see that the difference that we have here is we have a 5SS and the effective years have been modified to look at that. We currently have a valuation of 281,000 and change. Moving on, you can see the location for the subject property in Weeping Willow. And what's really good about these grids is there's two grids here. And most of the information was right there on Weeping Willow. So this is the actual comp. Now you have the 137, but you have a lot of elements that were put into this. You can see if you pull this up just a little bit, there's an adjustment here. This is the adjustment for the comp, which is the subject of the effective years that were put into this property. So it renders a value of 281 when compared with the subject, which is the subject. But let's look at another sale. This is also on Weeping Willow. This is not just the subject, but these are also sales on Weeping Willow. For the record, the subject property owner is indicated two things. There's indicated market value and unequal compared with other properties.
Wait,
This one's
She's got
No,
two.
no, it's only
Q2.
unequal. It's Q2.
it's only Q2.
Yeah.
Q2.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll continue on with my sales grid, just to prove market value. This is also Weeping Willow, indicates value of 310. The next two comps are Weeping Willow, indicates value 299, which indicates the value of 296, which supports the market value. So let's just get that out of the way. Equity, again, we tried to pick properties that were in and about the Weeping Willow area. The first one is, of course, the subject, that's Weeping Willow. The second one is also on Weeping Willow. You can see that there's a class 5 here, there's a class 5 here. You can see that there's a difference in living area that there's an adjustment for. This one renders a value of 301, and this is at 1101 Weeping Willow, so just a few blocks away from the subject. This one's on 1421 Weeping Willow. This is a little less class. It's a 4FB plus rather than a 5SS. And the difference between hardy plank, FB is hardy plank, SS is standard siding, which is frame house. You can see that this one renders a value of 281,336. Okay. This one right here is 1401 Weeping Willow. Again, the subject is 1301 Weeping Willow. This is a 4SS, a little less class. You can see that it renders a value of 255,684. This is also on Weeping Willow. This is 1231 Weeping Willow. Again, this is a 5FB, which is hardy plank, and it's a plus rather than a 5SS minus. There's an adjustment for that, both in the size and the class of the subject of the comp. This renders a value of 263 when compared to the subject. Comp number 5, I've got 5 comps for equity. They're all on Weeping Willow, okay? They're adjusted for classification, they're adjusted for size, they're adjusted for the land element itself, they're adjusted for all of the specific elements when compared with the subject, and this last comp renders a value of 287,120. Now, one thing I would like to point out is that in this grid analysis, this renders a value of 281,336. The subject property is currently assessed at 281,630. So this renders a warranted change, ever so slight, compared with the subject property. That's my evidence.
Can I just ask one
Sure.
question? So was the sales price that they had on their property at 1301, is that what drove these valuations for the Weeping Willow?
I'd have to look to see, yeah, I'd have to look to see, but there were other sales. I mean, there were.
Because they didn't, we have the sales price, but I didn't see where the 137, which they didn't sell it for that price. I just didn't see where the 137.5 came in.
The 137.
Does that make sense? What they bought it for in March, I didn't.
Are you asking for the weight of the analysis for 137 as it influences the marketplace in Weeping Willow? Is that the question?
No,
Okay.
I'm asking for, did the price that they had published or whatever for whatever it was?
329,000.
Okay, 329,000. Is that what drove that neighborhood up? Because they didn't get an offer at that price.
No, first and foremost, thank you for pointing out that the sales, the market value was not under protest. But in answering that question, you'll notice that there were other sales on Weeping Willow that were some valuation. So it would have not only been the other sale, would have been the remodeled subject property and its offer for sale. But notice for sale at 329, and we currently have a valuation of 281.
But it
by
didn't sell. It didn't sell at the
The short
3.
answer to your question, no. It
Yeah.
was not a sale, so that
Yeah.
number has nothing to do with the current value.
Right. Yeah, it was offered for sale for more than 15, it was 15% over the market.
So, well, I think we are on track. So the next thing is she gets 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Yes, thank you. I do have a couple of questions, which is, my first question is, the comps that were provided, you know the sale prices? These are sale prices of those comps?
Like I've indicated, or like you've indicated on your protest form, market value is not under protest, but are you asking for the equity comps?
Well, I'm just asking you, my property is being compared to comp values of, that you said, well, that's the price of these comps. And I just wonder, these comps, are they the current tax assessment? Is that what they are, the current tax assessment? I just want to make sure I understand that.
To the best of our knowledge, all of those values are what we know to be the ARB submitted values at the beginning of the protest season. So they're the notice values for sure. I can't say with any clarity, because one of these comps could have been an appeal yesterday that could have been adjusted 5,000. I mean,
okay.
But at the time that this group was put out, that was the best information we had. I can one or two of those up if you'd like to make sure that currently, because the market value that you see displayed is what the ACAD shows for those properties. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, yes, it does. Thank you for explaining that. These comparisons, these comps you provided, and I understand they're all on Weeping Willow, but several of them have additional features like ponds, which will add to the value of a home. And I'm wondering if these values include those aesthetic type things, which will drive up a value. Yeah,
that's a really great question. The question of ponds or lakes has always been one of those that people have said, hey, that's a really good positive. The argument has been made in the exact opposite fashion as well. And we don't have any substantive data that leads to paired sales analysis that says, hey, a pond is worth X. What we do know is that a pond is not solid land and therefore it's not buildable. And what we've seen is a detriment to the land rather than a positive to the land. But we don't have that information.
Okay, and then several of these properties have two homes. They're they're not just one home. For example, 1101 Weeping Willow is 2 homes, the second of which was built in 2014. And I'm wondering about the comparison.
Yeah, that's a great question. In those comparisons, the additional home or the additional value for the little cabin, I guess the second one is 684 square feet or 664 square feet. There's a minus to that comp. We're adjusting we're adjusting for that difference.
Okay, and then my last question deals with the comp I provided, 1415 Weeping Willow, and I know that these values are as of January 1st of 2020. I realize that. However, 1415 Weeping Willow had been on the market quite a long time, and it recently sold, and the last listing price of that comp was 456. Was 256. And so I presented that one as one of my comps. It's just down the street. Now that one has 2 homes too, to be quite honest, but I mean, that's the most closely related that I saw. And so I wondered if you had reviewed that comp.
Can we look at it, Mike?
You want to look at 1415? Where are we on time?
She gets another 2 minutes.
Okay. 1415 Willow. Yes, let's look at it.
Yeah, that was provided in my packet.
Okay.
And the last listing price of that one, now mind you, that's this year. I realize that it was 256. I don't know what it sold for, but I know if I had bought it, it would have been substantially less.
Yeah. This is again another thing that just recently sold, I guess, per the property owner's information. And there's elements of this property that you see. You said it sold for 2 what?
I don't know what it sold for. I know the last listing was 256.
Oh, well, what I would say as a generality is our market value in and about that area would be well supported in that current ratio, because at 236, we currently have a value of 185, which indicates that if it sold in excess of 185, our market value would be supported.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is my market value of my property is per square foot is $20 a square foot higher, or $15 to $20 a square foot higher than the average. And so I'm just asking that you reevaluate that.
That's another great question. The major difference between that house and your house is 2 class points difference. That's a 3 SS plus rather than a 5 SS. And there's other different we could go into, but there are differences.
Thank you, Mike. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah, and she has those sheets, right? And she said she did, to where she could look at those to see where the differences.
Yes,
Counting.
she has them.
I do.
Look at that. Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
You know, in looking at the whole property, was not under protest, but I put that information in there because we had some good sales information. Not only the remodeling and the listing of the subject property, but there were actual sales on Weeping Willow that supported the market value. Furthermore, we had 5 other comps for equity, 5 comps all in the same area in Weeping Willow. They were adjusted for all of the elements. And I want to point out that in that analysis, there was a small warranted change. I think a couple of $100. Yeah. It was like $300 or $400 or something like that. What that tells you is that those grids are tight. They're good. They're solid. There's some redundancy and some congruency there. I believe that the subject property is appropriately appraised. And my recommendation is to to actually move it to the 281,330 that the equity grid indicates, which would be like a $300 change. I mean, it's just
It was
solid.
294, 300. Close enough.
281, 330 was the equity grid.
Yeah, that's correct. And that would be my position.
Okay, so ma'am, you get a minute for closing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the time. I don't agree with the assessment. I've seen the market, and I believe that there are comps, but you know, the sales prices are not available. Only the listing prices are available. And for somebody who has bought houses, I can tell you that has nothing to do with the sales prices. And so I believe this is being listed higher, or I'm given a higher evaluation because I put my house on the market higher. And so I believe that's being weighed very heavily on this. If you look at the average price, even the 281 is higher. The average price is more of the offer that you guys said of 266 or 261. But either way, I know what we put into the house financially, and it's just nowhere near that price. And I know the aesthetics of the house and the layout of the house, and it's not comparable to these other houses. But based on just stats alone, I'm asking that you value it at the average, not at the highest, but at the average, given the year and the location of the home.
All right, so now the district has a minute for their closing.
Just for mine, the only thing under protest is equity or appraisal ratio exceeding the market or the appraisal median. And we showed the market value just to support the valuation that we have on the subject property. But furthermore, we provided 5 comparable sales all on that street. They were all appropriately adjusted, and they represent the best information on that street. There's a warranted change of about $300 on the comp, which tells you that the comps grids are working correctly, and the subject property is appropriately adjusted at the 281,330.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes for us to deliberate and come up with our answer. So stay on the line, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Just want to ask a question on behalf of the homeowner. So am I correct in understanding that this listing price had nothing to do with the value of her house? Is that correct, Mike?
Oh, you were asking me?
Yes.
The listing value has
Had nothing to do with the value that,
the elements of the home has everything to do with the value of the house.
but not this listing value. The house didn't sell.
The house didn't sell, so we, as far as being appraisal and accurately appraising the property, we want to accurately appraise the property. And so when a property is listed for 329, does it have an influence on valuation? Not necessarily, but the elements of the home that led to that could have an influence on value.
Okay.
So was it somebody said something about a $261,000 offer?
No. What we're talking about is the median equity value was 281,336, which is a little $300 less than talking
What
about
do you think, Kathy?
261,330.
No, it's 281. I heard
I'm sorry,
somebody
281,
say
281.
somebody, and I don't know if it was Mike or if it was.
Can I speak?
Yes. Go ahead.
It was Miss Suzanne that brought up the 261, like it was an offer that maybe the district had offered her.
Do you offer
I
her
didn't-
261?
May I speak?
Yes,
Maybe at one point, there was an offer by it through an informal proceeding.
For 261?
Suzanne, clarify what you said, please.
That's what I meant, and it was, I don't remember the exact number, I didn't print it out, it was 261 or 266. It was an initial offer of my protest.
Yeah, that's not on the table anymore.
So one of you spoke with her.
Yeah, that was an informal before I don't know, maybe he did some rough analysis, but I mean, this equity grid is super tight. That's not on the table. That's the
So-
reason we're here today.
But a 266 offer was made.
I'd have to look at the account if you'd like me to do so.
Yeah.
I would like, I'll see what settlement offer was not signed by the subject property owner. Again, a subject property owner has a right to sign that, and we wouldn't be here today.
Right.
Or there was a 266, 420 online offer that was not accepted. And therefore, we're here today, or the ARB is here to rule.
Okay,
You
and
don't
I,
need to consider that. That's.
I'm not, our grid is good.
Then I'm suggesting that we go with 281, 330.
of course,
I would
But-
agree.
but
Right.
I'd like to see just one other thing real quick.
Okay. This is your time.
Yes, so on 1421 Weeping Willow, I'd like to see the 2019 value, please.
Is that the subject property?
No.
No, it was one of the
14.16.
ones in the grid.
1421 Weeping Willow? And
Was in
you'd
the
like to
comp-
see
was in
the,
comp-
2019
okay,
valuation.
all right.
All right, 2019 value,
Just put it up on the screen so you can see it. I can, 2019 value was 216, 750.
Got it. Okay, all right, so thank you very much for providing that. So based upon what we've heard today from the property owner and also from the appraisal district, I would like to make a motion for the 2020 value on account number 48601, that we lower the value to $281,330.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Suzanne. You'll be getting a document in the mail.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next case will be the 2019 case. We are going to have to ask this person if they are who called in, because the phone numbers are not matching up. But we have an area code that matches, so I apologize, but we're just gonna have to confirm that it is them. I tried to call, couldn't get
Have another
anybody.
freezing pond?
Exactly,
No,
exactly. So
probably
you
it's
wanna
an
be
easier,
careful.
so probably just working from home or calling from a cell or something.
I'm seeing this, the 97 number, correct? Correct, Val?
Area code
The,
972.
the,
Yes, the
the first one admitted. Okay, I'm going to admit that person,
All right.
and we'll see. Wait for the print.
I know.
All right, I'm admitting this person now.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, sir?
Yes, sir.
Just verify something. Are you representing are you the owner of account 63645?
No, we are the agent representing the owner.
Okay. Do we have an AOA?
Yes.
We have
Yes,
an
we have
AOA?
AOA on file.
Okay. And, sir, your name is
Daryl Hallmark?
Daryl. Okay, Daryl.
Yes.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. The first thing we're going to deal with is the 2019 protest. You understand? There are
Yes, sir. Yes,
two protests, one for 2019 and one for 2020. We're going to deal with the
yes,
20
sir.
first. Now, this was a late protest that we approved. Right?
Yeah, I missed the question. I'm sorry.
This is a late protest.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay, we got the right one. All right, so we're gonna do some administrivia here first, and then we'll get to the heart of the matter.
All right.
We're opening a protest, a case ID 2019-1414, account 63645. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. It's myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Secretary, Robert Dayton here in the room. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Section 4145, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Daryl, I'm assuming that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm notary public, and I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Daryl, I'm assuming you're under oath in that you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Daryl, do you hold a Texas appraiser license?
No, sir.
Okay, do you have in front of you, or can you acquire the hearing procedure times document? It's 4 columns and shows the times associated with each portion of the hearing.
Yes, sir. I have it here in front of me.
Very good. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
District, go first, please.
Subject property protest is in 2019, and this board will remember in the year from 2019, there was a valuation increase RV and mobile for what's called a.
We can't hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear you very well.
Between the years of 2018 and 2019, valuation increases for mobile home parks were increased for what we call a CTP valuation, which is a commercial trailer pad, which is the actual unit spaces associated with mobile home parks. The unit cost per unit that was derived and it's been upheld and proven in the marketplace is $10,000 per unit. And that led to the primary increase for the subject properties valuation for the 2019 year. You'll notice in the year previous, it had a valuation in 2018 of 1.45 million. It increased to 3.526 million. This was primarily due to the CTP valuation. Now, this was based on other sales of mobile home parks, and this was derived from that. That valuation cost per unit was derived from other mobile home parks and RV parks. The subject property has a valuation in the 2019 year of 3.526 million and change, and you can has 130 units that were valued. Of those 132 units,
You're cutting out. We can't hear you.
He's taking a pause. He's not cutting out.
that's
Okay.
right. So if in looking at the grid, and that grid up there as well, the two things under protest are, well, the only thing is it, can I verify that the only thing under protest is market value?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just gonna talk about market value of other sales of mobile home parks. The next thing you'll see, of course, the overlay was the pictometry. We're going to the grid sales at this point. The grid sales indicate that the subject property has 132 sites plus one, so it looks like 133 sites. That represents the bulk of, or a large portion of the increase associated with between 2018 and 2019. Now, the question would be posed, why would you increase the value? Well, there's actually sales of other mobile home and RV parks. The first being Woody Acres sold for 4.75 million. It had 350 sites, which well supports the valuation of $10,000 per unit site. When adjusted to the comp, the main difference is the number of what's called CTP sites. You can see a $1.9 million negative adjustment for comp number one, and it renders a value of 3.845, 722. Comp number two, Jim Smokehouse Road. This is a little older sale. We have 2.12. We have 2.125 million. It had 200 sites. Okay. So when you look at the subject property, the difference, one of the main differences here that you'll see is the valuation of the valuation of the land element itself. Okay. That one renders a value of 3.34 million. Comp number three, again, subject property, when compared to comp number three, this one sold for 3.15 million. It had 100 sites. When compared with the subject property, you can see that it has a rendered value 3.6 million 401. Comp equity or equity was not checked, but for clarity, wanted to show that the median equity value, when compared with other properties and their assessed value in the 2019 year, renders a value of 3.63 million, which supports the $3.526 million valuation that we have on the subject property.
Okay, and I do want to note in the file that on the affidavit of evidence, Daryl Hallmark had checked both Q1 and Q2, which is the market value and the unequal. but on the actual request for protests, he discussed market value only, and that is the only reason that we, the appraisal review board, can make an adjustment on this property.
Is this a 25?
This is a 25,
It is
25.
Oh, it is a 25/25?
Yeah.
So him marking the value and all that,
Well, 25/25 implicitly indicates that there's a value, it's over by more than 1/3, so
right.
value is the thing that's under protest. But I didn't know. 25, this is 25/25?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm just saying, anything else that's marked on the affidavit, it still has to fit the 25/25.
25/25, 25/25 delta has to do with
No.
incorrect appraised value over by more than 1/3, and that's the only thing it addresses.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's basically a late protest.
It was.
Okay, so sir, now you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
I can probably knock it all out in one. Looking at 2009, if you open my packet, page 3 and 4 is going to be a pictometry of the property, and then also some aerial photos, and also some photos of the site, of the campsites. The property has 143 RV spots. It has 2691 of office, 1680 of rec space, 3,000 commercial center, 1960 square foot of manager's unit, and then it has 4 mobile homes, which are 396 square feet, and 1 320 square foot, and 1 7,963 square foot of storage. Looking at the packet, and I know there's a 25/25D, and it must be presented that the value must be more than 1/3 overvalued, which means we must get to a value of $2,007,000 roughly. Based on the evidence that I was provided with from the owner, I ran an income approach and an equitable approach. On page 6 of my packet, you can see that the notified value was $3,526,000. One second, sorry, got out of order. I did, if you look on that page 6, it'll show basically an opinion of value. It shows the equitable value of $2,602,000 and an income value of $2,473,000. Took the average of those two approaches and derived a market value of $2,537,980, and that's what we asked that the chairman set the 19 value at. And then the pro forma financials are attached, and the last page will be the equitable comps with adjustments made, deriving that value. And that's all that I have now.
Mike,
Yes, ma'am.
what was the assessment in 2018 on this property?
Yes, ma'am. It was 1.45 million. It's 1.450410.
And for 2019?
3.526680.
Okay. Is that the year we went up on the trailer pads?
Yes,
Or y'all did?
that is correct. The between 18 and 19. Yep.
And how many trailer pads do we have for them?
We currently have 132 assessed. Subject properties owner agent has testified that there's 143.
Okay.
Hey, Daryl, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
You've done a lot of digging into this property, and I'm kind of curious, why their utility bill is so high? If their rent isn't, they're not covering the utilities for the tenants, right?
I believe that it's an all bills paid type facility because they lease daily, they lease weekly, and then they also have monthly rates. And their average occupancy is around 69 to 72%.
This seems for the area that they're either if utilities are too high, which normally those would be passed on to the people who are parked there, or their rent would be a lot higher than it's showing that it is.
Just curious.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's.
No, I agree. I mean, I don't have a defined answer for that question. I just kind of, I'm here to review the numbers and.
Yeah, no problem.
I can get clarification on it if you need it.
What's that?
No, well, we're presenting evidence today. That's okay.
Okay.
Just to keep it clear, this property is not an income valued property here. The district, we're doing an abstracted sales comparison value to get to the CT value. There is obviously income considerations in what drives those market values, but we're not doing an income workup. And actually this year it's been shown that income workups on RV parks end up being pretty inconsistent on these big ones. They're efficient is really what it is.
Yeah, the variability within the income has to do with the efficiency and the management, so than other factors. That's why we have a sales comparison approach to support our market value. We actually have sales of other RV parks, the most congruent portion of which is the commercial trailer pad that we found to be and supported by the marketplace.
Okay, and he has a picture of a boat barn in there. Is that part of this property? Or
That's
not?
MacPort. That's down by Paradise.
Apartment.
I know, but is that part of this?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay, he just.
No.
No, ma'am. I took the picture just driving down.
Okay. It's still his time. Got 50 seconds, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
You have a minute.
I did.
Yes, sir.
He's basically
Am I speaking now? I'm confused.
Yes, you're speaking. You have a few seconds left.
Oh, my bad. Basically, we're asking for a 2019 value of $2,537,000, and that's all I have. The comparables, the sales comparables that you're speaking of are on the last page of the packet. Making adjustments, it gives you an equitable value of $2,602,000 and the income value of $2,473,245. And if you have any questions for me regarding those financials, I'd be happy to answer them, but that's all that I have.
okay. Now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Okay, in our cross-examination, I'd like to go to the last bit, equal and uniform. I just want to ask you a question. So these are not sales, is that correct, on your last page of your comps?
The last page of the comps, those are actually the ones that you provided to me when you sent the information.
Okay, so you put a different grid, you're looking at it in a different way?
Just an equitable approach, making adjustments for age, size, location, buildings, so on and so forth.
So you just adjusted it in a different way?
Right, it just made adjustments for occupancy, land to building ratio, location, parking, quality amenities, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And gave a median value of $242.18 a square foot.
Going off of our notice values, I'd just like to point out, this isn't actually the sale prices of these places.
That's correct.
So this is an equity. Equity
It's not a protest. It's not a.
But I mean, Y'all can go on. I'm just-
No, well, it's,
It's our time. It's our rebuttal time.
you've got
or
like
it's our-
35 seconds.
It's our cross time.
I mean, and if we need a little more time, we can do that.
I mean, I'm just reading this out of personal curiosity. 2.6 million will put us back to the problem we were having before. This park's just gonna sell for more than that. There's too many spaces. It's, you know, it's the income combined with the fact that you're holding a bunch of land, and it's, you know, RV parks are just worth more than that. And you know, we have good sales showing that our model's working. We're not treating this park any different than.
That's right. From an unequal and appeal analysis, I mean, which is not under appeal. This
It
will,
actually is.
no, it's, you're,
The thing is, if the protest form specifies one item of appeal, and then the affidavit of evidence specifies other things, the problem is the board doesn't have the jurisdiction to rule on anything that wasn't initially under protest. So the protest form needs to have everything on it. It's going to be discussed at the hearing, or else it wasn't under protest. You know, even if it was checked on the affidavit of evidence.
yeah.
Everything was provided at once. I'm confused on what you're stating.
A protest form and an affidavit form.
The
Right.
This form overrides everything else.
And on your protest form,
Which was a late protest. It
but
was
but
25.
that doesn't matter. On his protest form, it just talked about market value. It did not list market value.
In our rebuttal time, what we'd like to point out is we'd like to go back to our market value. We have sales. We actually have other sales of of mobile home and RV parks. What I'd like to point out, if you'll put this up, and this was provided, sir. The median value for all of those sales was 3.676 million, which supports the $3.52 valuation of that. Furthermore, the CTP value of $10,000 per unit has been proven over and over and over again. And the subject property owner's agent testified that he actually has more than the 132. He has position that 3.5 is correct for the year 2019. All of the elements between the parts were adjusted. The number of CTPs, the land valuation, the additional, whether they had living spaces or other buildings, those were adjusted in accordance with the subject property. The thing that's interesting about the subject property, it's a big piece of land right in the middle of South Rockport. So, you know, you have how many square feet right there? That's 21.
Yeah, it's a large block. It would be a neighborhood if it wasn't.
Right, right. It's a huge piece of land. But let's go back to the pixometry.
And you only went up a little bit, I thought. On the land, you didn't go up that much. So, I mean, the value was already there.
The land value changed from.
No, that's
18 to
not.
19? I don't think it did.
No, it didn't.
It did by 1,000.
Okay. Oh, great. Yeah, that's the, that's, I don't know if it's 21 acres, but it's big. It's a big piece of land in South Rockport.
Or what land moves were made by that, I don't remember those two.
All right.
On those. All right, so now he gets his protester rebuttal.
I'm really kind of confused on where we're at.
You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
You know, the financials have been provided. It shows that the property is 30% vacant. Annualize the income, the most this property can receive, gross potential is 815. Backing out vacancy, adding back in other expenses, and backing out the expenses and taxes, I'm deriving a market value of $2,473,000, and I'm deriving based on the sales comparables provided by the district. I'm getting an equitable value of $2,584,272 for 2019. That's all I have.
Okay, now we have the district closing for 1 minute.
I'd like to say summary is that the thing under protest, we did show both the equity comp and the sales comparison grids with the valuation of $3.526 million. The subject property is currently assessed for the 132 sites. The subject property's owner's agent has testified that's actually low, that there's actually 133 sites for the subject property. Let's see, divided by 43. Yeah, it looks to be a big old piece of land right in the middle of South Rockport. There's 21 acres there. 21 acres right in the middle of South Rockport. That's the reason that you have a high land value and coupled with the CTP value. It's a valuable piece of property. In summary, what I would say is the district's position is 3.526 for the 2019.
All right, and sir, you get 1 minute closing.
Thought I just closed. Based on the evidence provided, I'm still kind of confused on what the district's trying to get to, but based on the information that we've provided, based on income, the income statement was provided, the rents are provided. So the district had all this information prior to this hearing, and we still feel that the 2019 value should be set at the $2,539,765.
Now, the board gets 5 minutes to deliberate and come up with our.
Y'all are cutting out. I can't hear you.
Nobody
We
said
haven't
anything
done
yet.
anything.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Somebody is moving.
I'm thinking that the district made its case for value that it's currently placed on the property. You know, to make any changes.
I agree. Based on sales, which is what's under protest, the district has made their case.
Well, and
That's that.
What'd you say, Ramona?
Well, the fact that they went up on the trailer pads that year to $10,000 a spot, you know, that's a pretty good chunk of change. So I mean, I can understand.
And apparently there were more pads than we had or thought we had.
Correct.
So that's another 11.
That's a different subject.
11,000.
well, and also,
110,000, sorry.
and the other thing is consistently in 2019, it was proven again and again and again because all these people came in and were buying these RV parks, and they still are. And so that 10,000 per CTP was proven again and again. And so we have to remain consistent in our
Yeah.
methodology.
I agree.
And because it,
Yeah.
so if anybody doesn't have a change, I'm gonna make a motion. All right. So on account 63645 for the 2019 year, I make a motion which takes into consideration the possibility of the incorrect appraised market value, that we leave value at $3,526,680.
We also need to indicate that this was.
No, because it has to, first, we have to come up with the value, and then we see if it fits the 25. So we did not change. Well, okay, and so this does not, because we're leaving the value the same and not changing it, it does not fit the 25 corrections.
I second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I
Thank you, Ramona.
agree. Thank you.
Okay, now,
Be case 1002 for 2020.
2020. Okay, so we're moving on now to case number ID 2020-1002, same account 63645. And with your permission, Carol, I'm going to forego the reading of most of the script and go directly to swearing in.
Yes, sir, that's fine with me.
Okay? In that case, ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone. They're signing affidavits to that effect, and I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4146F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Cindy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Davis, swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm notary public, and I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Darrell, I'm going to assume that you're under oath again for the duration.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Sutter. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas CAD appraisal district. Correct?
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Who would you like to go first, Darrell?
I'll go ahead and go first. Running through the packet briefly, it's similar to the previous packet. If you just want to skip to page 8, which is our opinion of value, page 9. You can see the 2020 assessment, $3,180,000. The ruling y'all just made for the 2019 value at $3,526,000, roughly notified us this year at 10% less than last year. I did run equity and income and derived an income value of $2,495,000 and an equitable value of $2,584,000, giving you a average of the two of $2,539,765. The next page, if you'll go through, that's going to be a summary of the income. That's the actual income collected for 19 and 18. As you can see, if we were to capitalize the actual income, you got a negative NOI. The pro forma is taking all those RV spots. It's taking the lodges. It's taking any type of rent received for properties that were leased or rented in 2019 are accounted for in that. The pro forma is annualized. As I stated, the property is roughly 30% vacant. Using the actual expenses, I derived the market value of $2,495,000. Page 11 is going to be the actual profit and loss statement, where on page 10, all those are summarized. Year to date is going to be 2019, and year to date last year is going to be 2018. Page 12, the owner stating what these spots typically rent for. Regular RV spots rent for daily of 32, weekly 200, and 300 monthly, and so on and so forth. Page 14 is the leases that if we were 100% occupied, that's where the gross potential came from. RV sites, roughly bring in 42,900, mobile homes 1,300, the other two mobile homes 320 and 288, and then the last mobile home at 430, giving you that annual 75.88 rent a square foot. And then equity, same four comps used in the previous, made adjustments for age, size, location, and derived an equitable value of $2,584,272. Looking at both of those numbers, or requesting that the district set the 2020 value at $2,539,765. And that's all.
Okay. All right, so now the district has 2 minutes to talk and 5%.
In our district evidence, what we'd like to present, again, this is more of the same kind of situation. We're using thing under protest, and I do want to clarify that thing under protest is not both, it's just the one, because it was an online protest, the only thing that was checked was market value. So the thing under protest, if you'll look, the subject property is 21 acres right in the middle of town. The valuation for the land is large, but it's a pretty, like I said, it's 21 acres right in the middle of town, that part of town. You have the same elements that we just described in the previous case. The only thing that's different is they're a little more depreciated. One of the main things that we looked at was the comparable sales. So if you move to comparable sales, in fact, the same grids are there and supporting a valuation this year of 3.272014 when compared with the subject property. 3.2, the subject property is currently assessed at 3.180. The three comps that were used for the sales comparison is Mesquite. It's 1202 Mesquite, which is Woody Acres, sold for $4.75 million. So again, the thing under protest is market value. What are other mobile home and RV parks selling for? I'm going to read the raw numbers. 4.7, 3.15, 2.125, 690. Now the 690 was just on Rattlesnake Road. The difference, the major difference there is going to be the valuation of the land element. I see the thing, it's just waiting out on me. But when you look at that valuation, including even the one that's the lower one, and that's the reason it's bringing the grid down. But again, look at the number. Sorry, look at the number of site differences. So that one's just a piece of land. Even on that one's a piece of land that doesn't have any site. This is just showing a land valuation on Rattlesnake Road. The three most.
Oh, it looks like that, but it isn't. That was a park.
Yeah.
The grid doesn't show the number of CTPs. There was like 40.
Yeah. Comp number 1, 2, and 3 are the most comparable. Those sales were 4.75, 3.15, and 2.125. 2.125. It renders a value of 3.272 when compared with other RV parks there. The other thing that we have in addition to that, let's see, this is the, and this is something that we did not really talk about very much before, but these are, the sales ratios are the mobile home ratio. So this is the ratio for all of the sales for the mobile homes, the last, I think they run, it's just the last 2 years. And you'll notice that right on top of 100%, we're at 101, and the average mean is at 96. So that means that we're appropriately adjusting and accounting for mobile home and RV park sales within the subject property, as it relates to the subject property's valuation. That's all we have.
And the reason it went down this year?
We saw a We saw South Bronx area that's valuable in other properties that have sold, and but they're mainly residential sales, and we did not feel that it was appropriate to account for, like, to apply that neighborhood adjustment to an RV park. So we removed that this year because we just didn't feel like it was appropriate to add to have that added value there. You know, the 3.5, the 3.2, both are supported in the sales analysis. But in fairness to why we did what we did, it was more out of residential sales, a neighborhood adjustment. We did not feel it was appropriate in the 2020 year or moving forward to really apply that adjustment to the improvements of the subject property. So that's the reason we removed that neighborhood adjustment for the subject.
And the reason it wasn't removed in the previous year was because it wasn't, didn't meet the criteria for a significant change.
Got it.
Only 20%.
Yeah, which does not.
But that was when it was spotted, so it was pulled out.
Yeah.
Okay, so Daryl,
Yes, ma'am.
you've got 2 minutes cross-examine and 2 minutes rebuttal. So you've got basically 4 minutes.
Okay, perfect. If you could just jump to that page 16 real quick with the equitable analysis. He's speaking of that 1202 Mesquite Street. The land on that property is on for 15 cents a square foot. We're on for $1.66. I'm just kind of curious what the difference in the pad side, or, I mean, is there something that I'm missing? Why there's such a discrepancy in the land value? And that property is actually newer, and I know you keep stipulating the sales price, but what does that come to, you know, a square foot? Because currently you're assessing 1202 Mesquite at $249.40 a square foot.
Well, just so you know, the trailer pads are not in the land; they're improvements. But the difference in the land value there is because one is on a road called Jim Smokehouse Road, and it's really low. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, and the subject property is in a really rapidly growing, desirable area. It's like heavily treed, it's populated, there's houses, there's neighborhoods. It's just, the location is just incomparably better than Shady Oaks, which is on Jim Smokehouse Road. You know, it's nice that Shady Oaks has room to put a bunch of parks, but this park has basically an entire block in central Rockport. So that's why the land value is so different.
And you mentioned the neighborhood code. So based on what you said, for 2019, if that code would have been removed, the value would have been pretty much what we were requesting, correct?
No, that is not correct.
No, it would have been what it is in 2020 roundabout.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Yeah, it's a percentage-based improvement adjustment. Say, like, if you got a $100,000 house, but it's in South Rockport, just because it's in South Rockport, it's a $120,000 house.
It sells.
That's the neighborhood adjustment. Well, that does not compute to the trailer park value. The CTP value is consistent across the entire county. It doesn't matter what neighborhood it's in. So the reason the prior year was time, if it was done in like the time period before when a settlement could be made, that kind of adjustment can be made quickly. But it's only 20% of the improvements, which just isn't enough to warrant correcting the roll. But we did, you know, we took it on ourselves to do it for 2020. I think it is appropriate. But I mean, now it's water under the bridge. I mean, it's just not enough of an adjustment to get changed for 2 years ago. That's where that 20% went.
Okay.
If I can, on one of these letters, it says that there was an appraisal done that could be forwarded.
Yeah, I've got it. It's a 2013 appraisal.
I could get that. I've actually never seen this letter. Could I get that from you?
Yeah, I thought I submitted the appraisal when I sent it informally, but yeah, it was a 2013. I can tell you what it came in at.
I'm really more interested in how they did it than what it is, because that's 7 years.
Wait, say that one more time. I missed you.
I'm just seeing if you can forward it to me, if you can send it to me. Is that possible?
Yeah, I can forward it. Do you have an email real quick and I'll send it?
Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'm sorry, I thought we were in rebuttal. I wouldn't have been talking if I done that. Our rebuttal is just that our value is accurate with market activity, and we made this change in 2019. And then in the next year, there was 2 or 3 more RV park sales that just came in and showed us that the way we were doing it was reliable and accurate. And the neighborhood adjustment being made was appropriate. I'm glad that got done for 2020, but I think our value is well supported.
You were asking what the appraisal came in at. It came in at 1,000,006. It had 1,260,000 on the RV park and 340,000 on the excess land.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm more interested in how we did it than what the number was. I think I know what this park is worth. We
Right.
even don't know what it is. I just didn't get a copy of it. I didn't know if you intended to attach that or not. But anyways.
Yeah, no, I'll send it to you.
Okay, so are you pretty much done? All right, sir. So Daryl, you have 1 minute for your closing.
All right. I guess in conclusion, I just want to summarize, provided both the financials of the property, which support the value of $2,495,000, and I provided you with equitable comps and the assessments, and that's deriving the value of $2,584,000, giving you an average value of $2,539,765, and that's what we asked that the chairman set the 2020 appraisal at. And that's all I have.
Those are the things that we actually have sales of mobile home parks, RV parks, not only before the 2020 valuation, but after, basically after the change in 2019, we actually had sales supporting that valuation. For the neighborhood adjustment being pulled out, we think, again, in analysis and looking at this, we thought was from an equitable standpoint. So the $3.1 billion value is supported by the sales, and that's the only thing in the process.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss and come up with our answer.
Seems like based on sales, which is what's under protest, it's reasonably valued.
I agree. Ramona?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so on account number 63645 for the 2020 valuation, which I think considers the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value, that we leave the value for 2020 at $3,180,640.
A second.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. We appreciate your participation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hearing is closed.
Seven
Thank
five.
you, Daryl.
How many do we have out here for 8:30?
Is he still on?
We still have 2 more
I don't know.
after this for 8:30, and then we've got 10 o'clock
He's gone.
that are assigned in.
Yeah.
Seven what?
759.
You have to help me with these because I've got to put the room and the others on there.
Yeah,
Which
that's
one
the
we're doing.
7 o'clock. We're doing a
Page
telephone.
1, it's the very first one.
Page 10, it's this one right here.
Doing that with me. Okay, let me get out of this.
No, it's
It's not the page 1 from 2019.
Let's point out that we're about to bump into our 2-hour limit. At 10:30, we hit 2 hours for some of these people that are waiting.
Right, and it's important that if we exceed that time, you ask the person if they would like to reschedule, because they're entitled to one, or if they would like to proceed, it's important that you see this right here. And then either they come in or they call in, but you don't have to, that you say, are you
Tell me again. Bring it in. When we're going.
It's this number right here.
Just communicate.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm about to bring in Peggy Resendez Vega.
Hello.
Hello, Peggy.
Yes, this is Peggy. How are you?
Fine, thank you. This is, you're Peggy. Vega.
I am Peggy Resendez Vega.
Very good. Thank you. I just make sure I'm the right person.
I think.
We have administrative to go through with us for a little bit. We're opening.
Okay, you're breaking up just a little bit. Let me see if I can move there. Now, let's see. I'm sorry. Can you hear me well, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now I can hear you a little better. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We're opening hearing on case ID 2020-759. Hearing is being recorded. We have the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today.
Okay.
President Powers, Cindy Duck, Secretary, Ramona LeBlanc by Zoom, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Dayton. You are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you for feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate your participation. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes, sir, you should.
Thank you very much. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest today to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 1.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.6F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Peggy?
Yes.
Sign the affidavit. I'm going to assume you're under oath for the duration of this hearing. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Sutter, do solemnly swear that the represents the appraisal review board for the Aransas CAD Appraisal District, correct?
Do you hold an appraiser's license in Texas? Peggy?
Miss
Peggy?
Peggy,
Yes, y'all are kind of breaking up a little bit. So hard to hear you. Again, okay.
You hold an appraiser's license in Texas?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have the hearing procedure time? It's a
Do I have the hearing procedures? I'm aware of them.
Okay. That's fine. In that case, would you like to go first or would you like the district to go first?
Do you
So
want to
is
go
the
first, Ms.
appraiser going to
Becky, or
go
do you want
first?
the district to go?
Would you like the district to go first or you to go first?
Oh, I would like to go first if that's okay.
It's okay. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Well, I have questions for the district, so you know what? I changed my mind because maybe they'll clarify my questions before I even have to ask them. So let the district go first then, because they might clarify some of my questions and I won't bother y'all with those.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
The subject property is a property on 419 Palmetto Road. It has a valuation of $153,303. The structure value is $93,540. Land value $79,800. Two things under protest are incorrect appraised value and appraisal ratio to median level of appraisal. So we'll be going over 2 grids today. These are actual sales in and about the area. This one's a really good comp from the standpoint that it's on the same street. It's actually got one less lot than sold for $185,070. It's actually a 3 FB, just like the subject. The subject is 3 FB, and the comp is a 3DS. They're both class 3s. They're very close in size. They're very close in effective age. And when compared with the subject, that renders a value of $89,090. Again, it is a house that's on the same street that has the same middle class, really close to the square footage of the subject property, and it has one less lot, and it's for $185. The subject is currently assessed at $173. The next one is on Channel View, sold for a lot more, sold for $300. It's better than the subject with classification standard. Compared with the subject, it renders a value of $217.44. Number 3 is on Bel Air Drive, and the valuation of the land on Bel Air is more per square foot because it's half the size of the lot, and the valuation for both are really close. It is $81,000, the other one's $70 change. That one sold for $4,000. When compared with the subject property, renders a value of $195,324. Again, the next one is on Kingfish. That one sold for $333. Again, that one's a little bit better than the subject property. From the classification standpoint, they're about both 1,400 square feet. When compared with the subject, that renders a value of $249,000. Now, you have to remember that all of these grids, they account for all of the specific segments, elements, effective age, size, and classification. They're appropriately adjusted. When you look at that median value, just comparative sales indicate $240,384. From the comp equity grid, the other thing these are other properties. We try to stay in the 3 FB classification. And so when you're looking at that, you're looking at how are these other properties appraised, where are they at, what's the differences, and how are they adjusted. Specifically, you have a 553 Palmetto Road. It's currently assessed at 155. What are some of the main differences? Well, that's a single lot rather than a double lot house. They're both 3 FBs. The subject is 30 square feet. The comp is 1,200 square feet. Looking at all of those adjustments renders a value of 187 and change. Comp number 2, much like comp number 1, is a 3 FB single lot. When you look at that rendered value, renders a value of 210 when compared to the subject. Comp number 3, also on Palmetto Point, single lot, 3 FB, renders a value of 189 when compared with the subject. And the last one, you can see there that the total valuation that we have last with value 187. Median equity value that we have is 8,490. Total value that we have is 173. So in both cases, there's 2 things under protest. One is market value. We have sales in and about the subject. adjusted for all the elements. And the second thing, actually, these are not necessarily studies. We looked to try to get all the FPs to try to be comparative to the subject. We looked at all of the land elements, we looked at the sizes, the effective, we compared those, and we adjusted those properties accordingly. So, in comparison to the subject. And that's what we have for this,
Can I, comment on her comment on her form? And this may be part of my isn't understanding. On her protest form,
okay,
she switched, like she was thinking the land was 48 and the improvements were 70. And it's the flip of it for last year. See what I'm saying?
I see protest form, incorrect appraised market value, values of unequal compared with other property. And then she has section 4, repairs, and she says
Right.
what that is.
It says land equals, she switched the two values to 20. So follow what I'm saying? And on this from the appraisal district is actually 71 last year, 79. Thinking that the 48 was land, the improvements.
Sure.
So I think that, point that out, that may be part of it, as far as her understanding. You see what I'm saying?
She's wanting a 2020 value, 23,810. Yes, I see that.
Okay, thank you.
But she's using the argument based upon putting the wrong numbers in the wrong. So I just want her to be.
And if I may, you're absolutely right. I saw my error. I picked up the wrong land value on my request. I used the home value opposed, instead of 7140, I used 4810 in my calculation for my opinion of value. And I was going to note that. So I have a new opinion of value based on my information. I apologize for interrupting. I did see my error.
Okay. All right, great. So now you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine, and you have 5 minutes for your case.
Okay, and again, like, it's very hard to hear you, but I want, is it my turn?
Ms. Peggy, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine the district, and then you have 5 minutes to present your stuff.
Okay. Based on
So you can
sales,
ask all the questions you want.
okay. Well, based on sales, I truly understand that they are going up because every house to the right of me and to the left of me have been total rebuilds. On the sales, I can totally understand they're going to be off the roof. However, some of the comps that he provided, they're newer than mine. Mine's 1972 with effective date of built 72. His comp number 3 on 523 Palmetto Point has an effective built of 1987. Yes, it's a little smaller, but it's a lot newer. And I understand the adjustments. Of course, too, as you can see that it's got a paved driveway as well. Comp number 4, again, it's newer built, 78, compared to my 72. A little more in line with what I would think mine would be eventually. Again, sales, I can totally understand the market. Unfortunately, mine was not a total rebuild. As far as equity, comp 1 on 553 Palmetto Point, it is a little smaller, but again, it's newer. It's got an effective built of 1985. I'm still a 72. And comp number 2, Channel View, again, it's got an effective built in 1999. Both of them having the nice driveway, everything going in. So, and then comp 3, I'm not sure. I think Bel Air faces the bay, but I'm not sure if this comp is. it is a little older, but it's got an effective build of 2007. And so does comp number 4. They're all like 2004. We're still talking a 1972 house versus these newer homes. So I'm not really looking so much as his comp as I am going to look at my house particularly at this point. Can I go over that?
Tell us about your house. Yes, you
Okay.
need to now.
Okay, thank you. Based on the appraisal card that I received, I was concerned. I do not have a glass porch anymore. At one time, yes, we did. So basically, the basic structure stayed the same. We just opened it up. So I don't have the glass porch, which accounts for, I think, adjusted value of $3,250. Then my concrete, that was another thing I was concerned with. I had sheds downstairs and also in the little bathroom and where my water heater was. Well, that got all blown away. Well, unfortunately, it's got different uneven concrete all over. I can't even park underneath there because it is uneven where the sheds were, and I can't build there anymore. Concrete is cracked. So based on that value of, I think adjusted value of $8,060, I would request that would come down to about $5,000 because until I level that, it's not usable. And then lastly, I'm not sure, I have boat ramp 2. I don't know if that's where I have my bulkhead or if that's my pier to know the 2,300 adjusted value. So maybe he can answer that. Is that my boat ramp? I mean, the pier, or is that the boat, what is that?
It's your cutout area.
Oh, the cutout? Okay. And that is totally falling apart. It is caving in. I don't know if you've got the pictures of that. It's horrible. There's no use for it at all. I could put anything in there because everything's falling apart in there. I would request a minimum value of $100. I have gotten an estimate from the gentleman who built the pier out in Holiday Beach, the community pier, and he says about $10,000 I would need to invest to fill it and put a bulkhead. I will want to do that, but at this point, there's no funds for that. But that is totally unusable, which is why I think my land, I know they've reduced it, but my land there, the lots, is covered by a septic tank and that broken down boat ramp. So those adjustments that I'm requesting would give me more of a value of a home and I'm about 80% complete. As you see the pictures I had in January 1, I was working on the AC, which you showed me windows. I'm going to heating and AC, central air and heat. That was not done yet. My husband was putting in the floors. That was not completed. Since then, yes, they are. So at the point on January 1, I was only 80% complete. So if I take all these adjustments that I feel that are valid, I feel my opinion value should be $140,000.
Anything else, ma'am? You have to...
Yes. Let's see. No, I think that's basically what I'm sorry.
Your pictures, you have some pictures here?
Yes, I sent y'all pictures of the concrete where it's all uneven. I sent pictures of the boat ramp that's totally caving in. And I sent you pictures of the floor being put in. I sent you pictures of the unit, the AC unit wasn't in. They had just started that. So we had, yes, the framing and all the trim to do. Since then, as of 2020, in February, it's completed. All I have left is to do painting. And that's, so I can say by next year or the end of this year, everything will be 100%. Unfortunately, most of the homes right next to got totally destroyed and rebuilt. Mine didn't. It had the parent beam standing, but pretty much everything else was gone. But even since then, I've had to replace 2 beams on my own money because the Texas windstorm said it was after 2 years, so they couldn't do it. And it's because we are limited on funds. from the windstorm insurance, we have to do some of this ourselves. So again, I just replaced 2 beams, and it would probably been better off if my house would have been totally destroyed and I can do a rebuild in order to compete with everybody else there. Mine is not, it's like apples to oranges, unfortunately, compared to the other ones.
Peggy?
And that's like,
Peggy,
yes, sir.
what's the picture, the last picture of? It's it looks like some beams, some plywood.
There's a picture probably of the shed. There's the beams, but I was trying to show you how uneven the concrete is underneath from all those sheds. They're different levels on the concrete.
Okay, I understand that one. It looks sort of green.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
Cut out, Charlie.
It looks sort of green.
That's I would probably that's where I was. The only pictures I recall sending was trying to show the concrete unevenness.
Okay.
That's basically, and you probably saw the beams there. And I had to replace 2 beams myself.
Thank you. Time is up. District. You have 2 minutes of cross-examination.
As far as cross-examination, so the pictures that you sent are near January 1st. Can we go through the percent worksheet real quick to determine? So the roof was complete, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the exterior siding is complete.
Yes, sir.
The windows were complete.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the plumbing was topped out, the electric was roughed in, the AC was roughed in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It looks like the flooring was not complete.
The what? I'm sorry.
Flooring was not complete.
The floors?
You still cut out.
The flooring was not complete.
That is correct. It was not complete.
Okay, was the sheetrock done?
I'm sorry,
The
sir. What?
sheetrock, Miss Peggy. Sheetrock.
The sheetrock, yes, was.
Okay, was the interior doors in?
The exterior door was. The interior doors were not. And in the bathroom where we're putting the unit, I've lost all that bathroom space because now I have to put my water heater there. Can't have it downstairs, and the air conditioning unit there. So we have no door yet there. That's still roughed out, even currently.
And the exterior painting on the house was done, is that correct?
Except for the windows and the railings has not been done.
Didn't you say also you had a $10,000 estimate to plan the concrete?
I'm gonna, yeah, thank you for that. I'm gonna get to that.
32%.
32% incomplete, so that says it's 68% complete.
Right.
Based on the owner's testimony, I recommend that we just change the percent completeness to 68%. Do we have somebody, one more person?
We can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
I'm talking to somebody else. We have 2 more people, not 1.
1 with 2 cases.
Got it. Okay.
You have 2 more minutes.
Rebuttal.
Hello? I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys. I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. Just, I'm going to try to speak loudly and clearly right now.
Okay.
First thing is to account for the percent completeness on the house. Just the house itself, just the main living space is where I'd like to put that adjustment. Secondly, she does not have a glass porch anymore. I'd like to change that to a covered porch. We're going to make that adjustment. The bulkhead thing, just the percent completeness on the MA is what we're talking about. So in the MA, the override on the percent complete right there, and then 68%.
If you stay right there, we can hear you, Mike.
Okay, yes. We're going to 68% on the main living space. We're changing the glass porch to a covered porch based on her testimony. As far as the bulkhead cost and that little area, that's freaking awesome. The $10,000 is way more than accounted for the adjustment that I want to show you. And if you'll pull up my evidence, Scott, in the card for the land adjustment, the land should actually be at 114,000 or right thereabouts. And we currently have a value of 79,000. So, I mean, we're talking, what is that, 80, so that's $34,000 that we could adjust it for septic and or that area that's been cut out. And I'm telling you that, got a bunch of size and ruined boat slip, that's already been accounted for. There's already an adjustment for that. That should not go down anymore at all.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you're looking at this and you try to pull up the 30,000 feet elevation and say, this is a house with a double lot that has a boat slip that needs some repair, and it's on the market for 178, even with the disrepair on January 1st. I mean, even if you went, which I'm not suggesting that we do, because the subject property owner said that it's only 68% complete, but it sells for that fast on the marketplace. 2 lots with a boat.
We have up there what happens when we do this.
Yeah, we're going to get to that. The number that's the summary number that we did after that time produces a value of 148,300, which is not that far off from where the subject property are in.
We couldn't hear that number.
148.
148,300.
300. Okay.
All the changes made.
And I recommend that the does that value.
Miss Peggy, how does that sound?
You said 148,300?
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like for the board to make it, I think 145 maybe. I totally understand what he's saying, but when you look at it at a perspective of someone wanted to buy my house, yes, you have given me great discount on that bulkhead. It's going to cost me $10,000 to fix it. Then I think I should be comparable with the land. But I still think, and then when you go to sell, everybody's got nice driveways and even concrete. I do not. 145 is what I would like to see. Thank you.
We're offering you, taking into consideration all the issues forward, offering 148,300.
Since this is our time,
Are we on our time?
Review board's time.
Is it on our time?
Well, she has, if she wants, they both have a minute.
Okay, in
We're
my
trying
minute-
to get something
In
done.
my minute closing, what I'd like to say is I listened to the property owner, taking into account all the deficiency of the property. We have a new rendered value of 148,300. I've described the deficiencies in the bulkhead and that boat ramp, and we've accounted for everything. This house in its current condition on January 1 sells for that quick at one time.
Ma'am,
Okay.
you have 1 minute for closing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You have 1 minute.
Okay, will the board make the decision based on what I would like, or what, not what I like, based on the evidence they have heard?
Make a decision based on the evidence presented to us.
Okay, yes, I'd like to put in the board's hand again. I'm not quite there. Maybe next year we should see something different. I'm not quite there, and I appreciate the appraiser giving me the information or making the reduction. I would still like to look at least, between 140 and 145. But I appreciate your offer, appraiser. Thank you.
Thank you. ARB's time to deliberate, to make a decision regarding our offer or our decision. Robert?
okay. It seems that the district has already accounted for in the land value, the cost to review boat slip. That's all accounted for. The district has offered up discounts or reductions in the value of the property for the removal of the glass porch. And they've also offered up a 60% complete percentage on the main living area, which accounts for the flooring, everything not being complete. So I would move that the 148,300 seems like a fair value to offer.
Mona,
I agree.
Okay.
okay, then, make a motion on count, 22875, that the, district is prepared to make an offer of 148,300 in line with the fact that, the test brought forward. So we have addressed the incorrect appraised market value, appraised ratio exceeding median level of appraisal, and suggest that we drop the amount currently assessed for 173,340 to 148,300.
Second.
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, Peggy, it's 148,300. You got a document in the mail.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate all y'all's help. Thank you so much.
Thank
And I
you,
thank
ma'am.
y'all for doing this. I did this for 6 years in San Antonio. I was on the board, so I appreciate all your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Do we have,
Bye.
Bye.
This will also be filed. This is still the 8:30 docket.
go ahead and dial them in right now. Do you see them later?
I'm looking, gotta
What
finish
are we
this
at?
one, but yeah.
This will
Which,
be
which person do you want to bring in?
Carrasco?
774, and the phone number's there, Scott.
Page
347?
1, second.
210 837. Yeah, it's that one right there.
Sir?
Mr. Carrasco? Mr. Carrasco?
Yes, I'm here.
Roger, this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. Is it Roger Carrasco?
Yes, it is.
Very good. We're going to have to go through some preliminaries before we get to the heart of the matter. Just follow along with it. The hearing is being recorded. We're opening a hearing on protest ID 2020-774, account 14089. This hearing is
Okay.
We are the Appraisal Review Board to be hearing your protest today. At the table are Charles Powers, myself. Ramona LeBlanc is here by Zoom. Kathy Hoffman and Robert Dayton are at the table. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate your participation. You also review our decision. Legal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I am assuming, Roger, that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the email I submitted to Beth.
Okay, very good. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear from the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Is correct?
Roger, I'm assuming that you're under oath, having signed the affidavit.
Roger?
Roger?
Roger, Mr. Carrasco?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. I'm
Yes, I heard. Yes, I am under oath. I mean, yes.
Thank you. Do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you have it in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedures times chart? It's 4 columns that shows how we're going to manage this hearing. If not, we'll walk you through. So,
Could you repeat that?
the hearing procedures times, it's a page out of the document.
I got it.
Great. You want to go first, or do you want the district to go first?
Y'all can go first.
Okay, Mike?
Before we do it, note that the online protest form is showing incorrect appraised value only, Q1.
Okay.
All right. The subject property is at 306 East Liberty Street. It currently has a valuation of $97,750. This is an area that experienced some change from the land value standpoint. There were some sales in the area that indicated that these values needed to go up. The subject property is a little house, 3FB, that's located on East Liberty, the 3FB plus, and you'll see the location on the pictometry imagery from above, right there. The next sheet is the comp sales grid. So why did the district increase the value? Well, it was due to market value transactions, market sales in and about the subject property's immediate market area. Meaning these are sales right next door or the next street over or a couple of blocks away or something. Now, the very first comp that you see is on Dowdy. It sold for $115,000. You can see that they're very close in size. The subject is very small. It's 884 square feet. But the very first comp is 777 square feet, and it sold for $115,000. They're very similar in effective years, ages, very similar in classification. Comp number 2 sold for $135,000. It's bigger than the subject. It sold at 1,500 square feet. It sold for $135,000. When compared with the subject, renders a value of $99,000. Comp number 3. Number 3 sold for $165,000. It's bigger than the subject, of course. It's a better class than the subject, but it sold for almost twice the value than the subject. Litron Street sold for $34,000. This is a mobile home. Just to give you some reference, that this is sold for 1/3 of the value of a home that you have here, a stick-built home. Just thrown in there for reference. When compared with the subject property, renters value of $116,000. So when you look at the comparable sales, these are all the comparable sales in that specific area. Litron Street, Laurel Street, Liberty Street, Dowdy Street, Burn Street, those are all in that area. The best comp by far is comp number 1, which sold for $115,000. It's 777 square feet, sold for $115,000. The subject is it's 884 square feet, and the effective ages are similar. And when that sale, it renders a value of $112,430. When you look at all of the sales and you look at the median value that's produced, it produces a value of $111,906, which supports the value that we currently have on the subject property at $97,750. Although comp equity was not produced, the thing that I'd like to, or not checked under protest, what I'd like to say is the median equity value indicated a value of $100,000, which supports the $97,000 figure that we currently have. And the last thing that I have is just the sales ratio report there that's included. That sales ratio report, at the end of that report for that Smith and Wood area and that central area, the weighted mean is 99%, which says that as you look at all of the sales, they're appropriately adjusted within 99% of the sale price, which means accurate appraisal. And that's all we have.
Okay, so you have 2 minutes cross-examination and 5 minutes to present your case, so we have 7 minutes.
Okay, this is when you say the prices of the sale prices, could you give me an estimated time frame when these prices were bought or these properties were bought? Was it last year, 2000 and
Yes, sir.
12, 2010?
Yes, sir. That's a really good question. On the grid itself, it actually has the sale date. So those are 19, 3 of 19, 8 of 19. Let me look at the last two here.
What? Okay, based on the year, can you justify?
3 of 19 and 12 of 19.
Can you justify as far as, you know, I mean, a lot of people are living on the, you know, they're on the breadline right now. And my question is really not so much the house, but I'm more protesting the land value. If you look at the photos or the email that I sent around me, just around me, in front of me, behind me, and east and west of me, if y'all look at all that property, what y'all call your appraisal to be justified for what y'all appraising it for, it's a jungle, it's a junk. And look at my property. Okay, I understand that the city has a budget to keep, but can y'all justify why these people all the way around me, not only me and the neighbor across or next door to me, Mr. Pete Haynes, we got people with jungles out there. I mean, they got it's pitiful. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for them, but I don't know why they don't clean up their property. But if you go just encircled east, west, north, and south, y'all go look at the property that's around my property and see what jungle I live in. But then yet the property value goes up. I just don't see it. Has the city done anything for it? I mean, to clean up this mess? No. And there's, like I said, this pandemic going around. It's hurting a lot of people, and this is not a good time. People are unemployed. They don't have jobs. I've been lucky. I've been blessed. I've worked my ass to get where I'm at. And of course, I'm retired, but it still affects me, just like everybody else. So I just need to find out why the property taxes. I'm not so much saying the house value. I'm talking about property value.
Right.
So if y'all look at those pictures, and it's one of the city, whoever needs to go look at that piece of property that I'm talking about. I mean,
Have you turned it into the city?
It's not my job. If it's y'all, well, the thing
that's
is,
not our job.
Well, it's either not my job either, because I mean, you go out and appraise. Y'all supposed to send an appraiser to go look at property based on value. Don't you think that the appraiser should have seen the piece of property and at least reported it?
It's our job to clean up the property. We understand your issues.
Well, no, I understand. I understand that it's not your job to go clean property, anything like that, but the city's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And I understand because, you know, when this hurricane came through, it devastated a lot of people. And not to mention, let's go, there's certain only areas that I see that's being taxed or got this tax hike. Why is the other people that and I think you all know why they're not being taxed, their appraisal taxes go up, and only in our district or in our area.
Can you identify what you're talking about?
Oh, everything from Key Largo and that end of the town.
I can assure you, sir.
I've noticed every single house over there, their tax value and everything has stayed the same. Can you explain why?
Was that directed at the appraisal district?
I'm sorry?
Was that question directed at the appraisal district? I mean, there was a lot there. I can go down and try to answer all of your questions. One,
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to find out why is the appraised value on every property is going up? That's my question. Or is it just targeting certain areas of the city?
okay.
Okay, sir, we're gonna give the district 2 minutes.
As far as 2 minutes of cross-examination, I'll use some of that to try to answer some of the questions subject property owners has posed. Some of them legitimate questions that need to be answered. You know, it appears that, you know, there's areas that went up and other areas kind of stayed the same or went down. And what I can say as the district representative is we look at sales in and about a subject property owner's immediate market area, meaning a neighborhood, and we see whether there's a warranted change. You've indicated Key Allegro. There are specific parts of Key Allegro that definitely went up. I don't know how thoroughly you did your analysis, or, you know, if it was just on a surface area, but I can assure you that we look at market value and we raise those. Specifically to your neighborhood, another question that you posed, a good question, was like, why did the land value go up? Now, we're not in that case, but we're about to hear that case next, which is the lot next door to the subject property that's owned by the subject property owner. And there was a lot, couple of lots down that sold for 30,000. The subject property's land value is 27. That's the reason. It's because people are buying, in spite of the photos that you turned in, people are still buying the land at a high price. It sold for 30,000, just a few lots. And so those are the reasons why. The implication, you know, I know it's frustrating to citizens that, you know, this person doesn't have a responsibility or that person doesn't have a responsibility, but unfortunately that's the statement. You know, the district's responsibility is to look at all of those items, and yes, we do send appraisers out, and yes, we do see the elements that are involved. But when you have a market transaction that is aware of all those conditions, and it's on the same street just a few lots over, and it sells for 30, plus you look at other house sales that affirm that valuation increase, we have to increase that value to be at market value. The other thing you look at is you look at the sales ratio, and you look at that ratio to see how accurately we are appraising that data. All right?
Okay, well, I'll address that when we go to my property, as far as the sales value that you mentioned, but just, and I guess we'll talk about that when we get to it. But I got to.
Where are we at? Roger,
We couldn't hear you.
Roger, you have 2 minutes to rebut.
I'm sorry?
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, you know, when he mentioned about the appraised value or the sales value on property next door around the area, well, that we all were aware that that property was sold for delinquent taxes for like under $7,000.
Which property are you referring to, sir?
Well, the property you mentioned that it was sold for 30,000.
We're not into that case right now, but I have 302 East Liberty that sold for 30,000.
Exactly, but that was because due to the taxes. That was sold on the front door or whatever for delinquent taxes for just over, right around $7,000.
What's the next case? He's just bringing it to, yeah.
Okay, let's keep your discussion to this case that we're working on now. And we'll talk about the property on your next case.
Okay, that's what I was suggesting, that we might as well go and talk to my property, but we can go ahead and continue the processing or procedure.
Left to talk about this case.
Do you have anything left to tell us about this, Roger?
No, I think we're good. I mean, as far as that goes, but you know, I've got freedom of speech to protest, so we can go ahead. I'm just exercising my rights.
Okay. You have 1 minute for closing.
What I'll say is, in closing, the subject property, a lot of issues, a lot of questions. Specifically one of the land value. Now, the house is a protest right now, and so we look at other houses. But in fairness, one of the data points that we're going to look at in just a little bit was a sale that at 302 East Limerick sold for 30. I can testify to that. It's not the 7 that it's 30,000. What I have is the reported sale. And furthermore, we have other sales of other houses in the neighborhood, in that general area, that support the valuation that we have on the subject property. The only thing under protest is market value, and we've accounted for that.
Okay, sir, you have 1 minute for closing. Sir?
You talking to me?
1 minute for closing.
Okay. Yes, I guess we could go ahead, and if we went through the this first property, I guess we can continue to the next property. I guess it's going to be the same.
Yeah,
We have to make a ruling on this one first.
Okay. I'm done with this one.
Hold on. Don't go anywhere.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going nowhere.
I have one question on land value. Can we look at the value?
I was going to ask the same question.
And preferably not the 302 or whatever that we're going to look at next.
It may be the one, but I don't know.
Read off one of those numbers.
Just read off the number.
1409.
Currently has a land valuation of 27,000. That is.
Okay. How about 14088?
14088. Read, please. 27,000.
Okay, sir, we checked the lot values on either side of you, and they are both at 27,000, which is the same as yours. And we're taking our time now as a credit review board to discuss our decision. And Robert, what do you think?
I think it's fairly valued at 97,750.
Ramona?
And then you flipped it.
I have to say the same thing. Both properties on either side are valued at 27,000 as well as his. So I would agree that the value on the property of 27,000 should remain.
Okay, we'll make a motion then, on account number 14089, and the incorrect market value. I think the district has proved that they have, this property is both equity and the market values. Leave the price at 97,50.
I'll second that. Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ramona?
Aye.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay, the hearing is closed. We'll now open a hearing to the same owner on case number 2020-775, account 14090. Roger,
Yes.
your permission, I'm going to forego the reading of the script, except we will have to swear in.
Okay.
All right, so the ARB members are not, who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public who is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming still, Roger, that you're under oath.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. Roger, would district go first or you go first?
Well, we've gone through this already. I think y'all have decided that the price or the appraisal was correct. So this is going to be another. I mean, it's a waste of time of me trying to protest this. I mean, if you're all going to just everybody there in the office or the conference room is going to agree. But like I was trying to say, that property that we were talking about, the 302 that was bought about 2 years ago, or I think it was 2 years ago, was sold on tax delinquency. Now the property across the street, I'm buying it, and I'm thinking I'm buying it for $16,000. So that's almost a $10,000 difference. So are you telling me if I go and tell you that I paid $16,000, you're still going to tell me, well, the sales value of this property is $30,000 or $27,000? So I'm just trying to find out. You know, if people about 2 years or before this pandemic, there wouldn't be no problem probably for a lot of people paying $30,000. But you try to buy a piece of property now, that's not going to happen. And Key Allegro is one of them that I guarantee a lot of people are going to be starting to leave, and the city's going to be hurting for taxes money. So it just doesn't make sense why Key Allegro in that area is still, their taxes are just flat. And that's not the only places, but I can show you some more places. But it's like, I don't know what you all are trying to do. If you're trying to borrow from Paul to pay Mary, you know, it's like it's taking from the poor and giving it to the rich. So I don't know what kind of system or how y'all use your system to appraise this, and it's just kind of, it's upsetting. I didn't pay nearly what the appraised value was 3 years ago for that one property well, it's been already, I don't know how many years that I've had it, but anyway, I didn't pay no $27,000 or $30,000. I can tell you that, but I'm trying to figure out a way to make y'all understand that just because y'all go around, just because what the sales are, that might have been, like I said, a year, 2 years ago when people didn't live with this pandemic. And it's hurting a lot of people. I guarantee you, everybody here, especially y'all, are lucky to have a job. And there's a lot of people without jobs, can't even pay for food on their table. So y'all just, when you go home and you sit down to eat, you better thank the man upstairs for that.
Okay, sir, do you have anything else to talk about?
No, like I said, it's just that property value. My protest is just the property value. I'm not too worried so much as far as the house value. It's just property around there. And then, like I mentioned earlier, if you would look at those pictures and images, see what I have to live. That's maybe I need to call the city so they can go ahead and come and keep a look, you know, see what's going on and see what they need to do to clean this place up, because it's terrible.
You call the city, ask code enforcement.
Yeah, that's probably what I have to do. And I guess before we all close and we continue this, is there a way I can get everybody's name on paper so I can have it on record?
It's on the website, sir. The
Okay.
all of their names are on the website. My name is Mike Soto. I'm the chief appraiser.
Okay.
District, the ARB is not, they're not employed by the, I mean, they're a board of your peers listening to this case.
Okay, so where do I get their names from?
Aransas.
Mike, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
On this property at 302 Liberty, can you see in your records if it was a tax sale?
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna present that information.
Okay.
Previous case, it was a house sale, and I looked over to this case and I saw the sale for $30,000. It sold twice, and so the answer is yes, it was a tax sale. It sold for roughly $7,000, and then that guy turned around and sold it within 6 months or 7 months, and sold it for 30. So it sold twice within 1 year.
Okay.
Wow.
Wait.
I haven't even gotten to my time.
Wait a
yet.
minute, he hasn't even gotten his time yet. Does Roger have any more?
Cross-examination now. This.
Well, and like you mentioned, it was a tax delinquent sale, like y'all said, but I wish you well, it's kind of, I'm not discriminating against anybody. I'm just saying that there's some people that have money and some people that don't.
Roger.
And if you look at the person that bought, actually that property was named Charles or Charlie or whatever his name is. I got his name.
Roger. Roger.
You know, yes, sir. Yes.
Can you hear me?
We cannot hardly hear you.
Your time is up. It's
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead.
We'll have additional time to talk. Right now, the district has 2 minutes for
Okay. A lot of issues were brought up. One is not in charge of code enforcement. 2, the subject property that he brought, the comparable property that he brought to our was a tax sale that sold for $7,000 and resold for $30,000 at 302 East Liberty. I want to clear those 2 things up. The reason I didn't have that information prior to this hearing is because the previous hearing was a house sale and my comps were house sales. But both those sales and this land sale supports the valuation increase for this area. The 2 things under protest are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared with other properties. For the record, in the previous hearing, we looked at both properties on either side of the subject property, which was the house sale, and they indicated a value of $27,000. So if you're in this hearing, the house land underneath the house is 27 as well. I'm going to present more evidence, but just want to say that out loud, that we're using the same methodology, we're using the same value for the subject property.
Okay, you have basically 6 minutes left.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
In my presentation time, the subject property is currently appraised at $27,000. It's currently 9,000 square feet. It's appraised at $3 a foot. You would ask yourself the question, why? Are there other sales in that neighborhood that support that valuation? Yes. One is at 302 East Liberty. The subject is at 310 East Liberty, just a few lots over. Sold for $30,000. Yes, it was a tax sale and sold in March of 19 for approximately $7,000. Then that person turned around and sold it on the open market for $30,000. And that's what market value is, a property that's fully exposed to the open market for a reasonable period of time in which buyer and seller are both fully informed and working in their own best interest. This is a market value transaction at $30,000, but there's more. Comp number 2 sold for $44,000. Comp number 2 sold for $25,000. Comp number 4 sold for $34,650. When you look at the median value, you do all the adjustments, it reports a value of $29,040, which supports the value that we have on the subject property. The other thing under protest is comp equity. Equity, we're looking at other properties that are not necessarily sales and how are they appraised? Comp number 1 is also on Liberty, 27,000. Comp number 2 is also on Liberty, 27,000. And they both have, let's see, comp number 2, oh, I'm sorry. When adjusted, comp number 2 for equity, I'm sorry, comp number 2 is 54,000, but it's twice the size. Comp number 3 is 50,000, but it's only 5,000 square feet. So again, the $3 a foot, all right? Comp number 4 is also on Liberty, and it's also using, it's 11,250 square feet times $3 a square foot is the value of 33,750. So it's all using the same $3 per square foot valuation. You're looking at the median equity value that's exactly 27,000 because that's exactly what everybody is being assessed on that thing. So that answers the question for both sales and equal appraisal. You know, and I want to affirm to you, Roger, that that I personally thank the Lord all the time for my blessings, and you sound like a person of faith, and that you're thankful for the things that you have, and I want to affirm to you as well that I am as well.
And I appreciate that, but you know, it's just I'm kind of speaking for everybody, and I think that a lot of people that's had a lot of hardship, believe me, and it's not. We hope it ends soon because this pandemic is getting to everybody. I guess I'm just frustrated because I got to stay home all the time.
I think,
and I'm okay. I mean, I'm okay, but anyway.
I think that a lot of people share your sentiment of both the frustration and the you know, the inability to do anything about it. And I just want to affirm to you that I'm infinitely aware of the provision that I have as a person of faith, and you brought it up, and therefore I want to talk about it. So I want to affirm to you,
okay.
And that's not alleviate my duty to appropriately appraise your property. So that's it. That's all I got.
Okay, so you have two minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. I was just, you know, when you mentioned the appraised property for other property, but we're going by 2020, but that's what y'all appraised it for. And I see everything that you mentioned as far as the appraised value compared to what my property is supposed to be worth. But what was last year's? You know what I'm saying? It's not. It was less, but now you're saying it's appraised. It's at 27,000, but it wouldn't be appraised at 27 unless it wouldn't be worth 27,000 if we would have gone 2018, 2019. But y'all appraised it at for the rate of $3, like you said, at 27,000. It's based on my property, and I see that. But if you're using what the appraised value that y'all submitted for this year, and of course that's true as far as the property value that you're saying, yes. But what was it last year? It was nobody's was the same. No, you know, it wasn't no $3 a square foot.
Is that your all you have to say at the moment?
I'm conclude with that. Or I forgot, I lost my page here. I'm sorry. Where are we at with this meeting? Or with this? Where are we at with this procedure? I'm sorry.
Minute to close.
I'm sorry. District rebuttal.
I don't have anything, but I think I've answered all the questions about equity in both.
So you have the closing.
Okay. Well, that's all I have to say, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. I guess that's all.
in closed protest. The district.
Time for the appraisal review board to review the information and make the decision on
Fairly value the district is shown both on a comp sales grid and a comp equity grid that the value of 27,000.
Mona.
I agree. It proves all the lots are treated equally.
You're okay with 27,000?
Yes,
You talking to me?
No.
I'm sorry. No, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a count 14090, starting appraised market value and appraisal ratio and market appraisal. District has shown that the 27,000 value and both market and equity that, so 27,000 correct number.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much for participating, sir.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a blessed day. Y'all be safe.
You too, sir. Thank you.
All right, we are to the docket. On this docket, I believe this is the first time we've had people who are calling in and zooming in, plus people waiting in the parking lot in their cars. I didn't know if there was any, if you wanted to keep with your order of that, the time that they sign in, or if there were any changes.
You said the two people in the sitting outside here,
Mhm.
and the two people in the parking lot, or the two people just in the parking lot.
Right.
Two people in the parking lot that are gonna come in, and two people that are on the Zoom.
Well,
that are
more
wait-
than-
There are three people that are waiting.
4, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, we've got
there's people
full-
that are waiting on somewhere else,
Online,
and there's people outside.
Why don't we do the people outside?
I would say first come, first serve.
Yeah,
Whatever.
it's first come, first serve.
Okay, so the next one up is lane
Take
number 951, Ayers, the last name. This is number.
Hey, Val, after you do that, here, so
So this would be.
We have to do something about the sound.
Monty would have.
we'll try to speak up and come closer.
Okay. I don't know. I guess.
Well, I think this one was in first.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Oh, but that's with Ayers number.
So you
They're
want,
gonna be
so you
next.
want, so that's the one that's next?
This is going to be the one that's next.
Okay. So you got to sign it.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ayers?
Missing.
Yes. I'm here.
This is Charlie Powers, it's the Appraisal Review Board. Charlie
What is your name again?
Powers.
Okay. Yes, sir. What do I need to tell you?
Well, hold on just a second. We've got some administration to go through before we get started.
Okay.
Just listen along, and I may have some questions along the way for you.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-951, account 19338. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. Present are myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duck, Secretary, Ramona LeBlanc via Zoom, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Dayton. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate your participation. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Towers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm a notary public for, that is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And I'm assuming, ma'am, that since you signed the affidavit, you are under oath for this the duration of this hearing. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you hold a Texas appraiser's license?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have in front of you or available to you the hearing procedures times? It's a 4-column chart. It was page 5 in the package that was sent you.
Let me look through here and see. I have property owner's affidavit. Let's see, and it's the 5th page you said?
Yes. If you can't find it, we'll walk you through it. There's one question you have to answer though first. Do you want to go first or do you want the district to go first?
I would like to go first, please.
Then you have,
And I tell me again about that paper I'm looking for. That's like, I have a stack of papers that starts off with property owner's affidavit of evidence.
no, this is hearing procedures times. If it's gotten scrambled in the deck, you may not be able to find it. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay. All right. My property went up. My home did not. I don't understand why the property has gone up because I have no improvements. I have no shrubs. I sent pictures. The property around me, the majority of it is less than mine. It's either brush or it's either industrial or it's either unkept homes. The 3 streets, Mesquite, Myrtle, Chaparral, you know, they're not anything spectacular. There are some nice homes, well-kept country yards. But mine is a basic home, no shrubs, 3 lots. All I do is mow them. And all of a sudden it jumps up $400 or so, and I don't understand why. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
The district has 2 minutes to cross-examine.
I don't have anything for the cross-examine.
You have 5 minutes to present.
Okay, the only thing under protest is equity. Equity is obviously affected by appraised value. I'm going to go over the appraised value of comp sales ever so quickly to just prove that there was a reason why the value went up. Land is also
okay.
Land is typically modified because of the location, meaning that if there's sales in an area that are indicating more than another area or their influence on market value, we analyze that and we try to apply that to the best of our ability. So these are sales in and about the subject property owner's area. On Palmetto, this property sold for $150 when appropriately adjusted with the subject, produces a value of $147. On this property, it sold on 5th Street, sold for $156. When adjusted with the property, it's adjusted at 167. Comp number 3 also sold on 5th Street. When appropriately adjusted, the subject sold at 140. It sold for 140. It has a value when compared with the subject of 148. Now, these are the sales on why we did what we did. And the thing under question is equity. Are we treating these properties equally? Are we treating them appropriately? Here are other properties in and about the subject properties owner's area, in their neighborhood. What we tried to pull was what we call 3 MBLs, which is masonry block. And you can see that all of our comps are masonry block. Look at comp number 1. The subject, I will remind you, is only appraised at 121,140. Comp number 1 is appraised at 138. Let's look at the differences, okay? The subject is 1484, the comp is 1801. There's an adjustment there for the size, okay? When appropriately adjusted, that produces a value of 132,328. Comp number 2, also the same classification as the subject property. Very similar land value. You can see 69,000 as opposed to 79, but appropriately adjusted, there's a $9,000, $9,750 reduction there. And when you look at all of the elements of the comp, there's an adjustment, and it produces a value of 157,044. Comp number 3, also an MBL. And this is really important that we try to pull comps that are just like the subject from a classification standpoint. You can see that that valuation that we have on that subject property, again, is producing a value of 126,877. So when you look at the median equity value for those 3 comparable sales, the median equity value that's produced is 132,328. And that is the only thing under protest is equity. I do know that the equity is tied to the sales because you want to, how, you know, what is the reason that your value went up? Okay, here's that reason. Now, are you treating all these properties in similar fashion? And the way that you look at that is you look at comparable properties in that same classification, you look at the differences, and you look at that median equity value. The last thing that we have associated here for the town of Fulton is you'll see that our weighted mean for our appraisal ratio is 96%. So that kind of proves our appraisal accuracy within that area, overall area.
Okay, man, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Oh, okay. A lot of these houses on 5th Street, in that area that you mentioned, is across the highway east of me. And I looked at some of the examples that was sent with my package. And maybe they were about the same size, but they had shrubs and nicer yards. Some of them in the pictures were brick, not cinder block. My house is cinder block. Nicer driveways and things. I don't even have a driveway. My driveway years ago was oyster shell, and since then it has grown over. I have 2 construction buildings on my street across in front of me, 2 big metal, working buildings. Down the street north of me, there's several totally unkept homes. The yards aren't done, junk cars in the yards. I mean, that's, and the further you go to the west, in some cases, that's the way it is. In some cases, it's huge storage buildings. A man has 3 streets after a fashion on 3 different streets in the back, Myrtle, Mesquite, and Chaparral. He has huge storage barns for rent. And it's just, I can't see, the house didn't go up. I understand the house went down, I believe. But my property went up so much. And I don't know why, unless it's, like you said earlier, I believe, what is selling and going on in that area. It's just not any fancy big place. So I just didn't understand, wanted to know why. And you're saying that it went up based on the sales and all in the area, correct?
Mr. Down has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, and just rebuttal, I mean, you know, she has pointed out some things, and I just want to make sure that, and I'm just looking at the overhead, ma'am. I just want to make, like, you know, is this similar in value? Is this similar in value? What's the value here? I just need to know, because it's not in my evidence, because I've pulled other 3 MBLs that are in different places. And I just want to make sure that the land value is commensurate. Can you pull up 59296? Or, yeah, 59296. And this is not in my evidence, ma'am, but I think that to answer kind of your question on the equity and why and the value that we have, you want to pull it over?
And Mike?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
I was going to ask you to look at that one and also 57433.
Bet. Let me get this one first. This one currently
Okay.
The first one that I pulled up, which is the one that's directly to the east of the subject, has a value of 69,380. And I believe that's what the subject is as well. And then we'll go to what account number?
57433. So directly across the street.
That one has a market value of 100,000. Let's look at the land.
It looks a little big.
The land is 69,300 and change. So just like the subject.
It's 6,900. I mean, 69,300.
Yeah, 69,003. I think it said
380.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Okay, thank you. I needed to know that.
I don't have any rebuttal. My closing would say that the only thing under protest is equity, and I don't have anything else. I'm gonna take a little restroom break, and y'all can decide.
Miss, you have 1 minute for closing.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't know what else to say. I sent pictures, and I guess unless you exactly just come out and see the neighborhood right around in it, you know, and see some of the abandoned places. There's some houses that after Harvey were totally abandoned, grown up so bad you can hardly see the house, and that's over on Myrtle Street. And it's just, I bought the lots for $5,000, and I can't see them going up that high in that area to where if I wanted to sell the place, I could get that much money for it.
Okay.
Is that all you have to say at the moment?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
We'll stay in line. The appraisal review board has 5 minutes to deliberate their decision.
All right.
Seem based upon evidence that the district has provided that appraisal being equal, the comparable equity, that the lot is fairly priced.
Ramona?
I agree.
Okay. Well, then on
As you look around for the land, it's all the same.
right on property number 19338, taking into consideration the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, I make a motion that we leave the value on the total property for 2020 at $121,140. Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathy, did you give it up?
That,
I said, did you give that thing away?
I give something away?
The timer.
Oh, I just got a timer back to.
It's my toy and I wanted it back.
Oh.
it sounded loud. Hear you. That was like, man,
A note to everybody, don't have birds in the room while you're doing a hearing.
somebody had birds?
Yeah, y'all are in here. That's like what the problem was. Is like the birds were tweeting. And every time they tweeted, you all out.
Yeah, what was that?
The bird.
It was a bird?
And that's true of Ramona shuffling papers.
Oh, some-
Right, when her printer was going, it just cancels everything
The
out.
person on the phone had a bird.
Yeah.
For the record, Ramona, I didn't say anything derogatory.
I'm just laughing. I didn't say anything this time.
You know how her laugh is, though.
No, but this time I did not say anything. I'm just laughing at other people's comments.
All right, are we,
What cases was?
what case are we on now?
Don't know yet.
I think we're on.
What am I, what? Oh, of course. I thought you didn't like them.
Well, it's not my favorite.
Oh, it's so funny.
But I'll eat it.
It's kind of what's striking.
He really wanted a Mounds, but all you got is.
No, but the almond joys are better.
But what he's gonna do is he's gonna suck the chocolate and coconut
Off of the
off and give you
almond.
the almond back.
That's so sweet. That is so sweet.
He's just looking out for you.
You know, I appreciate that.
Case number 1446.
It's the page 5, the second one.
And this is an in-person.
Oh.
I want to
This
point
is-
out,
Is this an
I
in-person?
want to, yes, I want to point out that,
This is an in-person?
okay,
Yeah.
I want to point out that there's 2 people that are marked as confidential. It's super important that you do not identify them by name.
And this is one of
You
them.
mean if they're on?
No, this is not one of them.
Oh,
No,
It's in our cases, if they come up and they say case number 603 or 604, they're marked as confidential. It's important that nobody here identifies that person by name,
got it.
because we're in a public meeting. There's a reason that they're confidential in the record. We're just going to affirm that they is the person that I'm speaking to representing property 36 sandpiper or 1 sandpiper or whatever, you know. And then not identify. We're gonna make that clear.
What case are we listening to?
1446.
That person coming in.
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
Why are we waiting? What's going on?
I wouldn't know. What's the case number?
446. It's the second one down on page 5.
I don't think she.
I got it. Thank you.
Do you have your mask on, Ramona?
Yeah.
Ramona's gone.
She's gone.
No, I'm right here.
Why did I don't know why my YouTube doesn't show you.
I left a while ago, got knocked out.
Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, I know, because
The 12 o'clock, anybody after that, you have to ask the question whether they'd like to proceed or be rescheduled, because
They've waited 2 hours.
yeah, they've already waited 2 hours. So you just have to ask the next person, do you want to reschedule, you're entitled to reschedule because it's exceeded 2 hours, or you want to go right now. The difference need to go right now, so. Hello, ma'am. We're gonna be right over here. Yep, just right back there. This is Charlie Powers. He represents the ARB. My name is Mike Soto. I represent the district.
And you must be Harriet, right?
Yes,
Oh, very good.
signing this affidavit, the point when Mr. Powers asked you to still stay under oath. And that's what you'll have to say along with your name. It's written real big right there, but that's.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case number 202-1446. Account number 56359. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is scattered out around the room here. I'm chairman, and we have one person on Zoom. So you'll hear from her occasionally. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are here appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate your participation. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I assume we have all of your evidence. Is that correct? Very good, thank you. ARB members considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. And I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated to the person in violation of Tax Code Section 4160F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, I will swear that I've not communicated with one person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Davis, swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax section 44.6, 41.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, excuse me, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
My name's Val Smith. I'm a notary public. I'm witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature via Zoom, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. If you could read the statement now, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the testimony I shall present to the appraisal district board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And would you state your name for the record?
My name is Harriet Lane.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Soto. Do solemnly swear affirming testimony shall present to the review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Harry, do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I know.
Okay. Would you like to speak first, or would you like the district to go first? We're going to be following that procedure. Move to the table there.
Okay.
So would you like to go first, or would you like Mike to go first? Okay.
The subject property is located at 403 Oak Street. It's a Market Street homes right next to the Peninsula Oak area. Last year we had a valuation that was commensurate with a not complete property, and now we have 100% complete on the property. I believe that's all that we have. It looks like the land value remained the same, just the improvement went up, and it was just from a percent completeness standpoint. There's three things under protest. There's market value, unequal compared with other properties, and then other. And I think the other described on the property protest is value increased 100% 150% with no improvements excessive. Assessed value is subject to 10% cap. I'll address the 10% cap right now. The subject property under question is not a homesteaded property, and the cap applies to a homesteaded property. So we're just going to go into the comp sales for the market value. These are properties in and about the subject property's neighborhood. So they're going to be either Market Street homes or Peninsula Oaks are going to be in that area. The very first sale is on Ivy Lane. That's 230 Ivy, sold for $110,000. You can see that the subject is a very low class 2SS plus, but the comp is fairly low. It's a 3SS, and it sold for $110,000. You can see the differences in the size. The comp is actually smaller than the subject. The land value is adjusted appropriately. This produces a value of $87,502 when compared with the subject. Number 2 is on Griffith Lanes. It's actually a mobile home. It sold for $106,950. The values are appropriately adjusted for that. You'll look at the land values adjusted for the differences. This produces a value when compared with the subject of $79,844. Comp number 3 is on Winding Way, another house that sold for $145,000. This is a property that sold. That's a regular house. It sold for nearly double the market value that the property is currently assessed. It's better than the subject. It's a class 4 vinyl siding. It's slightly smaller than the subject. When appropriately adjusted with the subject, produces a value of $85,419. Bay was another sale that you have. This sold for $189,000. When compared with the subject for all of the land elements, the size, and the classification, this produces a value of $94,700. You can see from a sales comparison or appraised market value standpoint, the market value that's produced is $85,419, which supports the valuation that we have on the subject property of $72,590. Oh, I'm sorry, I had one more comp on Lazy Road. Sold for $187, produces a value of $79,000 when compared with the subject. Moving on to equity. These are not necessarily sales, they're just other properties in and about that area. And we try to find other class 2 properties and what they're currently assessed for. You can see that the subject is assessed at $72,000 and change. 105 Griffith is also a 2SS, and that's my thing just wigged out, so I'll have to go to here. 105 produces, let's see, that's a 76,000 and change. Sorry. Sales. Comp equity. 105 Griffith produces a value when compared with the subject is $63,004. Another one on Winding Way is also a 2SS, produces a value of $73,000 and change. Number 3 is a 2SS plus, produces a value of $76,955 when compared with the subject. Comp number 4 is also another 2SS minus, produces a value of $79,000. And comp number 5 is a 2BS vinyl siding, produces a value of $72,445 when compared with the subject. You can see from an equity standpoint, we pulled other class 2 valuations. They're adjusted they're adjusted for their land value, they're adjusted for their size, they're adjusted for their effective age and all the other elements, which produces a median equity value of $73,783 that supports the value that we have on the subject property of $72,590.
All right. And then, so Harriet, now you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
Okay, well, my deal is that they increased the property over 100% in value in 1 year. That is excessive. From last year, they valued the property, the house, over 100% more than what it was worth. when you're comparing houses, they should have been compared to things in my neighborhood, not in Peninsula Oaks, because that would be like comparing Peninsula Oaks to Killegro. Because Killegro is close to it, we're gonna raise the evaluations to be closer matching. And I don't feel that that's fair. My house is 50 years old, 2-bedroom, very small house. And if you look at the pictures that I gave, these are property on my street and down the street from my house and around the corner. And none of these houses are worth what the houses in Peninsula Oaks are worth. There are very few houses in Market Street Homes that anywhere near those prices. They've allowed small trailer parks to come in and just put trailers wherever they want to. There's lots and houses with weeds growed up. Nothing compared to Peninsula Oaks. So, and our house is, like I said, the house is very small. It's 2 bedrooms. The lot is a very small lot if you look compared to the land with the other houses, which makes it less valuable. Because the more land a house has with it, I believe the more valuable the property total is. And they didn't do, I mean, I even put the evaluation for my other house across the street from this one in there. And if you look at it, it is the one from 404 Oak Street. My house is bigger than this one and it's valued at much less. And that was from last year. Even last year it was valued at less, except for the land, which is have a much bigger plot of land than the little house it's on. So, you know, I realize everything goes up. I know things increase in life, but I believe over 100% is excessive. You know, 20, 30% made it more fair. The things that are around it, the ability to sell it for any amount of excessive money would be almost impossible. I don't plan on selling it, but I said most of the comparison things were in Peninsula Oaks. It's just a completely different subdivision. Somewhere in Club Lake, that's an even higher upscale subdivision, and some of them wasn't for sure where they were. And they were some of them were 3 bedrooms, some of them were 4 bedrooms, and had more square footage. So, and if you look at the one across the street from it, which is mine also, the land is twice, but the house is half of what that one was last year. Yeah, and it is a mobile home, but it's not worth anywhere near what these newer manufactured homes are worth.
Okay. All right, so now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine.
Did you say that the one that you compared to across the street was a mobile home?
And it has a mobile home within it.
I don't have any of them.
Yeah, it's this one right here.
I don't have it either.
It's got 404 Oak Street at the bottom, this page.
And my question is 404 Oak Street a mobile home?
It's a combination.
So it's a mobile home and it's like built around the mobile home?
You can't tell there's a mobile home in there, but it's listed in there.
Okay, so just to be clear, the subject property owner has indicated that there's a house across the street that she owns, that there's a mobile home and stuff built around it, and it's worth less than her stick-built home. Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. We have, the difference that we have is that, like, there's a note in the account that says that it's complete or that there's a removal. I just want to ask, is your house complete?
What do you mean complete?
Is it habitable and livable? Do you live there? I mean,
My granddaughter and her for each baby.
so it is complete.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That looks like the difference that we have in the structure value between last year and this year?
It was the same last year. There's nothing, they lived there last year.
Yeah.
There's always been somebody in that house.
I'm just saying that there was a note in the account that there was an adjustment in the account that maybe should not have been there last year. And that's the reason for the value increase. So,
Are you saying under property card?
there was a value, there was, obviously between last year and this year, the improvement was only 25,880. And when you go to my evidence, number 1, it says not complete, like it was not complete or something like that. So I'm gonna.
Even before that, it was only $30-something thousand if you look at the history of the value of the house.
Yeah, there was a functional in it for 70% off.
You still have 2 more.
Go into, see if there was a, close that, go into ARB inquiry. Yeah, it must have been from an old ARB inquiry or something, but there was a 70% obsolescence or 30, it was only 30% of that value. So that thing was removed because it looked, this year we said it looks livable now. And I don't know what
we did was after the Harvey, we had to replace the rotten wood. We replaced the rotten wood and painted it. So all that did was do maintenance on it, and we had to put a new roof on it because we didn't want it to leak.
So you put a new roof and you painted and you did some things. You repaired it.
We repaired it so that it stayed livable.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to affirm, that it was in a repaired, livable state, and the property owner has affirmed it. Yeah, all I would say is that there's 3 things under protest: market value. So we look at any sale that we have, and I would agree with you that that Peninsula Oaks is a little different than Market Street Homes. But also the difference in the land valuation is taken into account in each one of those comparable sales comps. From an equity standpoint, all that we try to do is we try to look at other 2SSs or other class 2s, and we just make those comparisons. And what's good about that is that you look at the value that the subject property currently has of 72,000 and change, and you look at that comp equity grid and it's 73,000 and change. And it's telling you that that grid is working pretty tightly. It's appropriately adjusting for all the elements involved. And those other properties are appraised in similar fashion. And they're all appropriately adjusted when compared with the subject.
And
certainly, I think, where are we at on time?
We're at her rebuttal.
There you go, 2 minutes.
Okay, and then how come from 2006 all the way to 2019, it was less than $40,000 in value for this house? Every year, on your paper right here. It goes from 56 to 61, then down to 33. It stayed at different amounts of 33, then it went to 34, then it went to 33 and 39. Why all those years in a row that it's in line, and then this year it's 100% more.
And that's what I was asking you the question, if it was complete and repaired, and you affirmed that it was.
It has been lived in ever since I've owned it.
Okay, well, that's not what was purported in years previous.
Do what?
That's not what was said in years previous, or that information was disseminated in such a way. The last time that we looked at this property was in 16.
I have not lived in it. I have never lived in it, but I've had family and friends and different people live in it.
Okay, all we're saying is it's different. Like somebody said that it was different in a previous year. Somebody said that there was some things wrong with it. And I asked you if those things had been repaired, and you said, yes, those things are repaired and they're lived in. And yeah, I have people that live in, my friends.
Well, those things that were wrong were not enough to keep people from living in the house, ever.
Okay.
I mean, the house did not leak when we put the roof on it, but we were worried about the shingles being loosened from Harvey.
Right, so you've added to the property, right? You've done some things, right?
We've kept it up, yes.
You repaired a roof.
Yes.
You replaced a roof?
No, we've just repaired, we had new shingles put on.
So you replace the shingles on the roof?
Yeah.
Okay, so you put a new roof on,
That's what normal people do when their house might leak.
okay? So
But that doesn't make it worth any more money. That just makes
I
it
would
work down and stay.
I would respectfully disagree, and there was things that were pointed out in the past that were obviously an obsolescence and a functional thing going on, and those things have been repaired.
Okay, so now the district has 1 minute for closing.
In closing, what I would say is there's two things that are protest: market value, unequal, and then the third thing was the cap and the excessive, which I answered early on. The burden of proof for the market value and the appraisal ratio is on the district. On both our sales grid, their sales grid median value of other sales when appropriately adjusted for land, size, classification, and all the other elements produces a median value of 85,419, which supports the value of 72,590. When looking at the appraisal ratio or the equity, what are other class 2 SSs or other class 2 in and about that area? What are they appraised for? And appropriately adjusted when compared with the subject, what does it produce? It produces a value of 73,783. Again, that supports the value of the 72,590.
Okay, and then Harriet, you've got 1 minute for your post.
Okay, well, I don't know, I don't know all the technicalities of this, but I do know that increasing somebody's property value over 100% for any reason should not be allowed in the state of Texas. I can see, like I said, everything goes up, everything increases in value, but not over 100% from 1 year to the next, unless I built a new home on the property, and I did not. And the roof was done right after Harvey, so that's been 5 years ago. That wasn't recently. So, and just because you maintain your property to try to keep it livable and from falling apart, I don't know that it would justify raising that tax value over 100%. Because doing that to people would encourage them to leave their house looking like garbage on the outside. Or crappy on the outside, so y'all can't do that to them. And we really don't want Rockport to look like that.
Okay, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss and come up with our answer.
I'm just not familiar with this street.
Where is this?
This,
Pull up the geometry.
It's out by,
my question is
street
really
before
just
Live
very
Oak.
simple. Do these properties that you have sales for, are they in the same subdivision or area that
No, they're
Harry's
not.
property is?
The question to me is, are they in the same neighborhood? No. Are they in the same area? Yes. And
But they're not in the
was to
same
me,
neighborhood.
I'm gonna answer the question. This is Market Street homes right here.
Mhm.
This area right here, back over here, this is Market Street homes. So you're gonna ask the question, where's Peninsula Oaks? Well, it touches the property line, like this is Peninsula Oaks right here. This next street over is Peninsula Oaks. So no, it's not in the same area, but yes, no, it's not in the same neighborhood, but it's in the same area.
Now, where's the school?
The school is further up, it's right over here. This is Griffith.
Okay, so Market Street is that way or this way?
It's north, it's right up here. Market Street is right up here.
Okay, and then where is ours?
And then this is the subject right here.
So it shares a property line with.
Yes, that's correct.
Because what's that, is that green line Peninsula Oaks?
The green line is the city limit line. Okay. It's still your time.
Mike,
Yes.
did you say that you took off a functional, or like the house was complete finally?
Yeah, it was in the form of an obsolescence, a functional obsolescence. Sometimes
Okay,
it's a physical or functional rather than a percent complete because we don't know the elements that are either complete or not complete, but we knew that there were problems with the property. And we saw that that was in there and it looked like it was livable to us and the property owners affirmed that. So we removed that functional.
Was that off the house or off, I mean, was that off improvements or off the land?
It's off the house. It's off the improvements.
Okay. Is that,
I think that the district has proved both market value and equity value that this property below both of those numbers. I think we should leave it where it is.
I would agree. And the major difference between the improvement values is this functional obsolescence, and the homeowner obviously got a good deal if the house was constantly lived in. They got lower taxes for the years that were on, so they got a good deal. So, yeah, I think the 72,590 value is substantiated.
sure.
I agree.
Yeah, whoever put that notation in there was not us.
Okay,
I
it would
don't
have been
know how-
something, it would have been something in the notes, so
We didn't say the house was
Right.
livable, we didn't say it wasn't lived in.
it was just something that at some point came up.
Somebody assumed, I guess.
Okay, based upon what we've heard from the property owner and from the appraisal district, the property number 56359, the value of 72,590 for 2020 seems appropriate when we look at the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, and also any other issues that might have come up as far as in the protest. So I make a motion that we leave it at the $72,590.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Harry. We appreciate your participation.
One person has rescheduled. She's calling the other two. So she will let us know.
There's still two people waiting here on Zoom.
We need to let her know that. That's what she said she needed to know.
Who's Val?
Yes.
Yeah,
So we get the phone numbers, Mike, because that's what she'll need.
Do we know if there's two people in the waiting?
This is the next one.
Thank you very much for your participation, ma'am. Okay. Scott, you know the next one to go?
yeah, but they're not on here. So this is not a choice.
Are those the two people right there?
Those are the two people, and this is not the phone number of either one of them.
That's a 979 number, so it's probably that one.
So, okay. we're good with
Which
that.
do you think it is?
Jordan Smith, Pop, WGS. We think. Yeah, admit that one.
I don't have,
Yeah, Pop, WGS is one.
WGS LLC?
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are y'all? This is Jordan.
Jordan, hello. I'm sorry, Jordan goes either way, so.
Oh, all good. All good.
You represent WGS LLC?
Yes, is it the Walgreens in Rockport?
Awesome, okay, we're ready to rock. Charlie's gonna.
I'm ready.
This is Charlie Parrott. I'm the Appraisal Review Board Chairman. We're gonna have to do some some logistics before we get started here. Just bear with us for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
On page 3.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-32, account 6732. This hearing is being recorded. With the appraisal review board, they will be hearing your protest today. This is myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duck, Secretary, Ramona LeBlanc on Zoom, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Date. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. They may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. My assumption is that we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I will begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with violation of section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Date, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
My name is Val Smith. I'm notary public for this, that is witnessing Ms. LeBlanc's signature, and I'm physically located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming you're under oath because you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Burr, solemnly swear from testimony substance for the report for the Aransas County Appraisal District, correct?
Jordan, do you hold a license, an appraiser's license?
No, sir, I do not hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I know that Eamon's on his way back, and he will, as soon as he gets here, he will swear in.
Oh, okay,
So
sure.
if that's not,
Okay. While we're dealing with one last sign, do you have access to the hearing procedure times document?
I have access to information. I do not have access. We were not provided with any evidence from the appraisal district.
go ahead and swear in.
Okay, go, just hold on.
My name is Eamon Burke. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And to answer your question, ma'am, the evidence was mailed with the notice of hearing at that time.
Okay, then I'm sure we got it. We're working remotely, so I haven't actually been to the office since March. So I don't know if it wasn't uploaded or whatnot, but okay, cool.
We'll walk you through it one step at a time. It's just the hearing times. But we'll
Yes, sir.
You want to go first, or you want the district to go first?
The district can go first.
Okay. Mike, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, the subject property is Walgreens real property. It's right by our HEB. Property ID number is 62732. The next page show our income calculation worksheet. The drug stores were moved to an income value here in Aransas County as a result of data that we purchased from primarily from TREP, some from CoStar, but mostly from TREP. We have really, really comprehensive data on Walgreens. The rent rate, the expenses, the nature of the lease, we have about 70 different Walgreens across the state in various markets, big and small, that we have the actuals on how much money they make and how much it costs them to make it and what their indicated cap rates are. And of those 70, about 40 have IAAO certifying appraisal date for the real property for either the loan or the refinance. That's where our numbers come from on this one. It's $23 per foot per year is the lease rate. It's a triple net lease. The operating expenses are going to be management and that kind of thing. There is no vacancy because it's a single tenant and Walgreens is really stable. I'll add to that our cap rate used for this is loaded. And so it puts it at 7.95. And most Walgreens are not loaded because the real property owner doesn't pay the tax, the Walgreens tenant. That being said, I think that it's my professional opinion that Walgreens is their real property tends to sell, taking for granted the fact that Walgreens is the tenant. So that's why we use a loaded cap rate anyway. That gives an indicated value of $4,245,310. And after this evidence was put together, this is an event that has happened, so I'll just testify to it, that this Walgreens is currently for sale as a triple net for the real property, and it's listed at $5.8 million.
I'm sorry, what was that number?
At 5.8, which is just a listing price. And I do think it'll come down off of that. But I also think that people will probably end up paying more than our 4.2 for it. Because again, I think they take the fact that Walgreens is going to be there for granted a little bit. The value that we have is just extremely well supported by the data that we got from TREP. It's all actual numbers. We have their actual because Walgreens is a publicly traded company. So when they get a commercial mortgage, they have to advertise that and they have to show, look, this is what our this commercial mortgage-backed security is made up of. It's businesses doing this, and that's where it comes from. It just seems easy. That's it. That's all of our evidence.
Okay, so, ma'am, Jordan, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
Okay. So I can just jump right into my presentation. I believe what y'all have in front of y'all is about a 41-page document. I'm going to hit the highlights. Historically, this piece of property in Rockport has been valued in the $1.8 to $1.9 million range since 2006. If you look at Walgreens and how they're valued throughout the appraisal districts across Texas, $287 a square foot is ridiculously high. The highest valued Walgreens actually in the next county over, in Nueces County, one in Corpus Christi, is at $162 a square foot. Now, I would like to notice, if you would, on page 24 of our information provided, we have historical sales data provided by CoStar. Now, this was the past 12 months. You'll see there are 82 sales comparables, average cap rate of 7.6, and an average sale price of $125 a square foot. On page 25, there's about 20 sales listed. Given that this is for sale, the type of sale, and if you look on LoopNet, the sale type is investment triple net, which means that this is a leased fee sale. Leased fee means that an investor is not wanting to buy the location, the improvements in the building. The value that investor is looking at is the value produced by the cash flows. Therefore, for property tax purposes, we do not see lease fee sales as a traditional transaction, which is why we look at the fee simple value. Now, If you're looking at sales in Rockport, if you look at cell 10, which is a Dollar General, so similar freestanding retail built in 2015, it sold this year in March for 1.17 million, about $130 a square foot. There were two other sales in Rockport. I believe it is number 19, the Enterprise Rent-A-Car, as well as number 15, 401 South Austin. That is the jewelry store there in Rockport. Looking at that, seeing that Dollar General, is a national credit tenant similar to Walgreens, we feel that that our value may be more in line with $130 a square foot. So I'm proposing a new opinion of value at that $130 a square foot. That value is $1,920,000. Additionally, to support rents in the area on pages 7, 8, 9 are three current CoStar listings of recent leases at $9, $13.50, and $14. If you take $13.50 a square foot with our cap rate, you come out to a value of about $1.9 million. So given our evidence presented, given our pro forma and the way we worked through, I feel that, $130 a square foot is the most reasonable and most supported value. This value has appreciated from pre-Hurricane Harvey numbers. Those were about $128 a square foot. And so that's where we're at. We're at $130 a square foot for $1,920,000. Thank you.
Okay, so now the district gets 2 minutes to cross-examine.
And following that is rebuttal time, right?
Yes, and then 2 minutes rebuttal, sorry.
Okay, so I'll just clunk all those together because I don't think I have any questions. I do have some rebuttal to the evidence presented, which is that many of these comps are very, very different properties. The thing that our job is to be at market value for real property. And I am aware that there is some amount of the transaction price of a Walgreens that isn't for the real property. That being said, if it's not a Walgreens, it's a CVS. If it's not a CVS, it's an Aldi. There are tenants for buildings like this. This one is for sale. When it sells, it's not going to sell for $1.5 million. And that sale is going to come through, and we're going to be graded on that, and we're going to be told, why aren't you at market value on this? I am conceding that even if this sells for $5.1 million, that as much as $900,000 to $1 million of that is over what I think the real property is worth. My number is just for the real property. You could compare it price per square foot to things like restaurants, but there's no restaurant the size of a Walgreens in Aransas County. The Dollar Generals were also moved to an income basis. They're being valued the exact same way. The difference is they're just different tenants. They're producing income. The cap rate on the Dollar General is actually more aggressive than it is on the Walgreens because, like I said, I think that people are overpaying for the Walgreens. The more you pay for things and it keeps inflating the rate of the property value, it raises the taxes for the tenant. That doesn't make any sense to me. So if I were to buy this, and in my opinion, as somebody making a prudent purchase, is I would, believe it or not, I would actually agree to just cover the taxes from now on by way of keeping Walgreens happy and keep them there forever. That's what I think is reasonable. The fact that other districts are bad at valuing drugstores doesn't make our value wrong. Like I said, we have 40 plus appraisals that are real IAAO certified appraisals for real property. And this is right about the median of what those are as well. There's some that are a little lower and there's some that are a lot more. Our value for the store is it's going to be just below what it's going to sell for. And it's going to sell this, presumably. That's all.
Okay, so now the protester has 2 minutes. Jordan, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am. So in regards to his comment about if this thing sold at the 4.8 or 5.8 or whatever, that the county would be obliged to bring that to market value. For mine, I see on 401 South Austin Street, it sold for $485,000 last year in October, but the district only has it on for $320,000. So where we're at is historically in line with where this piece of property has been at. Over, in neighboring counties and throughout the state, the values of Walgreens are consistently in the $100 to $150 a square foot range. This is throughout the entire state of Texas, and especially in these smaller counties. I mean, $287 a square foot, that just isn't reasonable. And looking at the sale, once again, it's a lease fee sale. The values and the cash flows, this isn't an investor is going to come in for Walgreens. They're not coming in to put in a retail shop or, a gas station or something like that. They're looking at Walgreens specifically. And business value is intangible value. You cannot tax it higher or value it higher just because it's simply a national credit tenant. And same thing with the Dollar General. It sold, they valued it at about $1,076,000, I believe, this year. So these are coming in under the sale price. Once again, I believe that $130 a square foot for that $1,920,000 is the true fee simple value for this piece of property, given the historical data, the recent sales data in the last 12 months provided by CoStar. Thank you.
Okay, so now the district gets 1 minute for closing.
Our values have been low because they weren't right. And just because they're not right in other counties are also not doing a good job of getting to market value. That doesn't mean that the market value isn't what it is. You got to pick one or the other. You either got to say it's being treated like a gas station or don't compare it to a gas station. But I agree that there's some part of it that is intangible. It's not going to sell for 4.2. It's going to sell for just over 5. And I'm agreeing with that portion of it. It's on cost. You could maybe build this building, buy this really nice piece of land, build this very large, very specialized building. Maybe you could build that for 1.8 million and get it all done. Maybe, but that's not what it's worth. I mean, it might even be below what it actually costs.
Yeah, $200 a square foot. I mean, I'm 14,770 square feet times just $200 a foot, and that's almost $3 million just for the structure value.
And I will also add that part of the reason smaller counties have lower values on these things is because they haven't been squeezed into paying for the data necessary to do this kind of appraisal. They're trying to keep their budget low, and this wasn't free. We had to pay to get this information because people don't want us to know what these things are worth.
Okay. All right. So now we've got Jordan, you've got 1 minute for your closing.
No, in closing, I do believe that this is worth about the 1.9 million. As far as other sales go, if you look on line 4, Walgreens sold in Corpus Christi for $2.7 million. That was in September of 2019. So regardless of the listing price, I do not believe that is indicative of the market or of what this thing will actually sell for, nor is a lease fee sale a traditional transaction. So I stand firm in wanting to make an adjustment and coming up to $130 a square foot at $1,920,000. Thank you.
So now we have the district has got 5 minutes to discuss.
You mean the ARB?
I'm sorry, the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss our answer, our deliberation. I have one question. Was an offer made on this, just out of curiosity?
A settlement offer?
Yes.
No, there's no data that the property owner or their agent could have provided that would have
Okay.
enlightened us that it was making less money.
Got
How long has Walgreens been on the market now?
A couple of weeks.
Early as a question.
Jordan,
Yes, sir.
we understand that we're dealing with two different ways of analyzing this situation.
Yes,
Do
sir.
you have, if you look at the income approach that Eamon has taken here, do you have any quarrel with the data that he's used?
I do. The $23 a square foot, you know, it isn't indicative of the market. We used an $11 a square foot rent. And then when we wanted to support our number, we found those listings for CoStar, freestanding retail triple net rents, and they range from $9 to $14. These are asking rates in Rockport, Texas. So we do have issues with the rental rate at being 23 a square foot, as well as the capitalization rate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And were there any disputes? Was there a difference of opinion in expenses that were allowed or that were not allowed?
When we run expenses, so we run the same operating expense ratio for all of our Walgreens throughout the state of Texas. We're at the 12% operating expense ratio. So we take out for reimbursables at 5%, reserves at 3%, and management fees at 4%. And that's how we derive our operating expenses.
Okay.
Looking, can I make a point here real quick? Just looking at some of this information that the protester gave here, other businesses, obviously, you know, cost per square foot is all math. But if you look at CVS, the two CVS and the two Walgreens, what the sales prices were and their price per square foot, much more in line with what the district is saying than protest. I know you.
So Jordan,
there's differences there.
Because it's in your evidence that sales past 12 months sheet. Jordan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you go over to the column of price per square foot, I mean, I have.
Yes, ma'am.
These aren't anywhere near your $11 or $21 or whatever figure. These are 140, 269. And some of these locations are not as good for sure as the Walgreens in Rockport.
So the CVS and the Walgreens, the number 2 and number 4, those are both in Corpus Christi on main highways. The Dollar General and Walgreens, what I was referring to, it's on Highway 35 South, so they're in very comparable locations. Obviously, you know, some of these, you know, not the number 7 Walgreens on Leopold Street or what we were looking at, and if you see the Walgreens that sold in Corpus Christi, it sold for $196 a square foot at a 9.5 cap. So that's, you know, when we're looking at the sales data, we looked, first of all, you know, what was Walgreens doing, and then what was happening in Rockport to make our best justification.
Okay. I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood you because I thought you said that all Walgreens sold for that 20 or whatever.
Oh no, ma'am. So, you know, Walgreens will, we do not have access to their actual lease rates or their actual sales data because a lot of the times it's like I said, and I hate to keep hammering this home, but it's a leased fee sale. But you can see there on line 4, a Walgreens in Corpus on one of the main highways, it sold for $2.7 million. And one could argue that Corpus is a much larger city with much better access. So that would be a superior sell.
My my response to that would be that the lease rate on this for Walgreens is not $11 a foot. I haven't been told what the exact lease rate is for the one here in Rockport, and my only conclusion is that 23 is right about accurate. If it was lower than that, I'm sure I would have been told. But the Walgreens here, this is how much they're making over $400,000 a year in rent. Like that is what's being valued. Part of, you said you didn't have the data on their actuals, but like we do. And part of their, getting loans and mortgages does include some business consideration, but they have to get an appraisal on what they can actually collateralize, just the real property. It's less than their loan amount. Their loans are in excess of these numbers. You could get a loan for more than 4.2 million on the Walgreens in Rockport, but you would get that loan on the basis of it being Walgreens. If you were to default on that loan and Walgreens were to go belly up, you could sell the building to somebody else to make it into, again, CVS or an Aldi or a Who, whatever you want to do with it, for $4.2 million. That's what it is.
Ramona, you got any thoughts?
No, I don't have any thoughts on that. I think $130 a square foot is too low. I think the two, whatever the district has, may be too high. What do you think?
I think that the method that the district has used to arrive at the figure of $4,240,310 well, shows us that is what it's worth at the time. And so along with the price that they're suggesting.
I would agree, and I think the district has shown under oath that they're using purchase data that they have not used before. So
I have a concern about the price per square foot. The difference between 11 and 23 is rather large. I was not able to complete my numbers, but what I'd like to see, if you look halfway in between what you get. 7.0.
Because to me, I agree with you, Charlie. To me, it sounds a bit high.
It does to me too. I don't feel good about it.
That gives an income of 251,090.
I'd just like to point out that the listing specifies that their income is in excess of 400,000.
If you divide that by
listing,
yeah,
their listing specifies that their income is in excess of 400,000 to the person, the real property owner, the lease, not the Walgreens as a business.
But they've testified to that.
I'm testifying to that. So it's an
you're
advertisement.
testifying to an advertisement.
Right. It's not a pitch. I'm saying that's their income.
And even if you were to look at just the information that they provided, the CVS.
Go on.
Well, he's just saying that if you look at, there's one on here that's $7.50 a foot on South Padre Island Drive. I don't even know what that is. Another one that's at $1,200. If you average this out, you're gonna get nonsense. If
But
you
I'm
average out
still looking at just it's our time. It's
Okay, you're right. All I was
Darling,
all I was going to say is that all I was going to say is if you're looking at 3 drugstores, CVS, Walgreens, and you just look at what they sold for and the average price per square foot, it's in excess of $245 a foot.
Okay, what is Ramona? What?
I'm listening to you because I want to hear what you have to say.
The answer comes out to 3.158.
3.158.
Yeah.
How'd you write that?
How did I arrive at that? I changed the $23 a square foot to $17 a square foot, which is halfway between the $11 a square foot that Jordan put forward and the $23 per square foot that Eamon put forward. That gives you 251,090 for CGI gross income. And then if I just take the Eamon's cap rate of 7.95, it yields 3.158 million, 3,158,000.
I'm more comfortable with that number.
I think it's very hard to, compare that number that we just made up to numbers that are up on the board that show what they actually sold for.
Well, what's with the numbers?
You're talking
how did you
those
get
numbers
the square
there?
numbers for square
Oh,
foot?
But those numbers
How'd
are
you get the-
incorporated.
the question-
The amount
the
of traffic.
The question,
Wait a minute.
he asked me a question, Cindy.
You did?
I asked him how he got to this price per square foot.
I'm using their information
Right.
and I used 3 truck stores. And I took a real simple math. I took the price per square foot and divided by 3. Because it's looking at the square footage is over here and it's looking at the sell price.
Okay.
And that number is 245.
If I take 3.158, what is that price per square foot? What do I divide that by? The square feet is
14,000.
14.
Yes.
Charlie, were you asking?
3.31.
Cindy, how much time do we have left?
Well, I mean, obviously
Divided
but we're trying to come, we're working and trying to.
4
I understand.
equals 213.
Right, not 245.
Right.
$30 a square foot is quite a bit of difference.
Charlie, were you asking where we got our $23 a foot rent rate? Is that what you were asking?
That's where I started a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, that, because we're not doing it on a price per square foot. We're doing an income valuation based on how much money it's making. The lease rate of $23 a foot, we bought the data from Walgreens, basically. It came from the bank that's loaning money to Walgreens. They have to report to this bank what their leases are.
They have
That's what
absolute
their
trade
lease is. I'm happy to hear if our Walgreens is anything less than $23 a foot for their lease. I am open to hearing that. I have not been told otherwise, and I've asked repeatedly. That the listing makes it obvious that that is what it's leasing for. I believe. So when you're valuing an income stream or an income producing property, the more the NOI goes up, the more the value goes up. So if you have a way of getting $200,000, the way of getting $400,000 is going to be double that, right? Well, this place is making $400,000. Whoever buys it is going to get $400 grand a year from Walgreens, no matter if they sell things or not, COVID or no.
Right.
But you're basing all of this on an advertisement.
No, on their actual internal data.
That they submitted to
We
you.
bought it from Trepp. We purchased it.
For
Trepp-
what year?
This year.
It's for 19 or
Yes.
2000.
These are real, this is real actual information from their company. This is their financials. They have to justify their loans to the bank. The bank then takes their loan and chops it up and sells it as a security. And in order to show that they're not selling bad loans, they have to give these companies confidential private data. The bank now owns it, and the bank sells it, and the comptroller buys it. Now we buy it.
And that is for this specific Walgreens.
That's for every Walgreens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's,
This, what was the line item in that document?
No.
okay.
This one, that's what I'm saying. If this one is less than $23 a foot, just tell me that.
So
I'm
Jordan-
happy to hear that.
No, that's not the point. It's not a line item in that document.
No.
For this Walgreens.
It's not. That just means this Walgreens is paid off.
Confirming to you that it's not in that data set.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have an active loan, it's not going to show up.
But
It doesn't change
Right,
what their
so it
lease
isn't
rate
an
is.
actual number for this Walgreens.
but they're actual numbers for all Walgreens within the state or the country.
So it's really hard to dispute what documents and information that you received, paid for, came directly from Walmart. So how do we dispute that? I don't think.
But it's specifically for this store, which is what
They
we are
withheld their own
discussing
information.
now.
That's what I'm saying.
So Jordan,
You're not sharing it. Because
Ma'am,
did you, so did you get any, I mean, like, do you have the actual information for this Walgreens?
no, ma'am. Walgreens does not provide their specific leases to us because the lease rates are not indicative of market rates. The lease rates are because it's a Walgreens. It's a national credit tenant, and so Walgreens is going to pay a higher lease rate than market. That is why we use market rates for our analysis and to derive the true fee simple value for this market. That's why we use the CoStar listings. That's why we looked at CoStar to see sales, because we wanted to see for this specific Walgreens in Aransas County what the true value was of it, regardless of the listing. It's a triple net listing. It's, and as far as we're concerned, it's not indicative of a 1/1/2020 valuation date. So that is why we're at that $130 a square foot at the 1.9 million is my revised offer. Seeing a Walgreens jump from 128, 125, 125 a square foot to $287 a square foot, it has never been at 200 plus per square foot. So that's where we're at.
But can I ask you, I know we're trying to.
Go ahead.
We're outside, go ahead.
Yeah, Jordan, can I ask you, how do you reconcile that with the information that you provided for a CVS and the two Walgreens, and that average price per square foot is $245 a square foot of actual sales? How do you reconcile
Yes,
it?
sir. So we reconcile it because, the Walgreens that sold and the CVS that sold, they sold in Corpus Christi. So you do have to make some adjustments and take it with a grain of salt that Corpus Christi is a superior location, traffic-wise, population-wise, to Rockport. Rockport doesn't see the same traffic counts that Corpus Christi does. So that's why when we saw that there were 3 sales in Rockport at 140, 154, and 130 a square foot, we felt that the sales that actually have happened in Rockport from the last 12 months are truly indicative of the market in Rockport.
I would venture to say that your client would respectfully disagree if they were having it on the open market, but they do have it on the open market for 5.8. So, let's get back to Reelsville here. Reelsville is that you have a CVS sold for $4 million. That's real. The Reelsville is that the subject property is on the market for 5.8. How can you possibly shout out a number that's less than 2 and have any?
Because it's a lease fee. It's a lease fee, not a train. It is not. They are not selling the improvements in the land only. They are selling, and the value of that lease is in the cash flow that Walgreens produces. That is the bulk. You can't justify shooting Walgreens from 1.8 million to 4.2 million based on a sale that may or may not happen. It's a listing. When you look at the historical sales data that has actually happened in the last 12 months here in Rockport, you will see that the sales per square foot are at 130 for a national credit tenant, just like Walgreens, at 130, 154, and 140.
Again,
just want to say real quick, as far as it being a lease fee sale, every property that is leased, that generates money by leasing it, that's what you're buying. You're buying the income stream. It's part and parcel of the real. That's,
And the income stream is taxable.
the customers.
It's not taxed about the business value. You're not taxing the cash flows. You're taxing the land and the improvements.
This isn't really any different than any other commercial property that's valued on an income producing basis. So it's how much money is it?
Use rent based on market data for that county. You can see based on listings, it's at we have triple nets at $9, $13.50, and $14 a square foot.
But the dollar in Corpus and a dollar in Rockport is the same dollar, even if the customer is different. Corpus, I would venture, probably is less on their lease than it is here. It's better to own the one in Rockport than it is here. What's being valued isn't their business or how busy they are. It doesn't matter how busy CVS is, they pay their lease.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I think it's the board's thing that we're supposed to be talking about this. And we haven't said a whole lot of anything. So I think we need to get back to that.
We need to get it back to us.
With whatever decision y'all come up with, as far it's not, this isn't my property and I'm not buying
We
it.
understand.
I'm just trying to explain how this was
We
arrived
understand,
at.
and we asked the questions, and now it's time to cut it off and let's deliberate.
All right.
My opinion is that there is arguments on both sides of this,
Correct.
valid arguments. And it may be above my pay grade, but I recommend 3.158.
And I am agreeing.
I agree with you.
Because I agree with you.
I do too.
I don't. I think it's much closer to the 4.5.
I agree with
All right, so I'll make a motion and we'll see how that goes. Okay? If it passes or not. So on property number 62732, and taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, for the 2020 value, I make a motion that we lower the value to and I'll even put it 3.2 million. I'm making a motion. I'm making a motion.
I second it.
So Ramona seconded it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that's
Any
three.
opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, we have three ayes, 2 opposed, the motion passes.
There you go.
Thank you.
anything else on this?
Equity,
Did I not say that?
I don't know, did you?
I thought I did, but if I didn't,
I think
I think
I
I
think you
I
did.
did.
Oh, maybe I missed it, okay.
Okay,
Thanks, Jordan.
we are, thank you, Jordan.
Now, Jordan, Jordan,
Yes, ma'am.
you need to make sure that the addresses are appropriate and correct. Because you said you weren't getting information or whatever, because you will get or there will be additional information mailed out after this hearing.
Yes, ma'am. So we're working remotely. I'm sure it got mailed to the correct spot. I just haven't been in the office, and they may not have scanned the evidence and uploaded it to our servers to where I could access it. They have us working remotely, and I'm actually on the coast myself in Brazoria County right now.
Got it.
Oh, yay.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank y'all so much.
Have a wonderful day.
Take
Bye,
care.
y'all too.
Bye.
Bye.
Ramona seconded you on that, right?
Yes.
Explain to me what happened during this clock call.
Well, what I was gonna say is we do have 3 letters,
Do
but
we
y'all
have
may
any
wanna,
people?
no, they've all rescheduled.
They've all rescheduled.
Yes, this was the
Not
end.
for today.
Were they
I wouldn't have.
pissed off?
I looked at my schedule, I thought they said
Well, I mean,
1:30.
they were pretty good about it.
I don't know.
Good. I'm glad you came.
I make a motion, we do the letters and get them done.
You want
Yeah,
to get them done?
yeah.
I thought you might want to do them tomorrow.
Knock it out. We can get it done.
There's 3 of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Okay, to whom it may concern, I had an appointment to protest. Gosh, okay, wait, oh, good, we're within 3 days or 4 days. I had an appointment to protest my property taxes on 7/9/20 at 1 p.m. I had a doctor's appointment and was not able to go. Please consider resetting my protest date. Anyway, property owner's signature. His original or the original hearing was scheduled for 7/9/2020, and this letter was dated July 9, and this was received by the appraisal district July 13th, so that's within the 4 days. So that's a
Yeah.
grant. Do we have to? Well, okay,
Yeah.
so I
Yeah.
make a motion on, let's see if that number is on here. Oh, he even has a note from the doctor. Okay, on account number 65795, I make a motion that we do grant the rescheduling of his protest hearing.
Second,
Second.
in favor?
Right.
And it was even mailed on the 10th, so. Okay. Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Give the PID 27390. I have received, ladies and gentlemen, I've received a response. I have received a response to my filing of a protest on the increase in ad valorem taxes for the subject property, advising that it was filed after the deadline for such protest, which was June 17th of 2020. I received 4 envelopes with property renditions in the first 2 weeks in June at my home in Houston, Texas. I segregated all of the pages, attempted to review them, and based on that cursory review, concluded there were no increases on the numerous properties of Cabinus Holding Company. It has 14 properties with significant ownership, 12 of those with a whispering interest, primarily in the Lamar Peninsula, 1/2 of 10/48 of 1/24. Okay, I was wrong. Later in June, I contacted my brother, Bert Cabinus. We co-manage Cabinus Holding Company LP about the rendition of the properties. He suggested we consider some for sale in order to create a fund to pay ad valorem taxes. That caused me to review more carefully the renditions I had received. Horrors. One property had been increased, the Manning property, and increased significantly. My oversight. I was in my house in Lamar, immediately went online and printed out the protest form for that property, filled it out, and on June 29th, hand delivered it to the box at the Aransas County Appraisal District. This was 12 days after the stipulated filing date I had not seen. I recognize it as my error and oversight, but I asked the Appraisal Review Board to use its discretion to permit me to protest this substantial increase in taxes on this property. As an aside, I think the same proposed increase occurred several years ago. I was much more alert in those days before my retirement. I called the appraisal office And the gentleman I talked to, after reviewing his records, said an error had been made in that area and reduced the value to the value of the prior year without any hearing. I do not understand this increase. I think these lots may not have road access or utilities, but I'm not sure. I request again that you use your discretion to grant my request to be heard. Please provide to me the information upon which you propose and base this increase in value. Respectfully, John Cavan. Okay, so letters, he got our thing, or he got the notice for protest. He received the 4 envelopes the first 2 weeks in June at his home in Houston. Okay. Okay, right. So then on June 29th, he filled them out. He wrote the letter July 8th. It was received by appraisal here. So no, it doesn't fit. In my mind, it's way past the deadline, and we need to remain consistent in our.
I agree.
I agree.
All right.
Okay, so I make a motion that we deny this letter. Let's see, his name, John Cavanis. John Cavaniss's request for an acceptance of a protest late. I make a motion we deny it.
Second.
I second. Aye.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This is received on July 14th. Due to the unexpected passing of Lisa's brother last week, we were on our way to Uvalde for funeral services. With all of the emotion and stress of this untimely event, we completely forgot about our scheduled time for our appeal. So they did have a protest scheduled. And that was last week because I remember seeing their name on the sheets.
I thought I put a little sticky on there saying when their original hearing was.
You may have, but I have disengaged it.
It fell off. Okay, let me
Yeah, but this is for that one. It was last week because I remember seeing their name. Lisa and gosh.
Bruce.
Dr. Bruce, Ron Bruce.
So I saw that the other day too.
I don't know.
Val's getting that information right now.
Kathy, are you messing with me? Just because I asked for my toy back, okay?
It was on July the 9th.
The letter here.
No.
What day did we get that?
It's up there.
Hearing.
Here.
Here. Okay.
This was received here at the office on the 14th.
Was that Monday?
Is that a week? Is that over a weekend?
Yes, Thursday was July 9th, last Thursday.
And me personally, I'm like, really, it's one day, it was during
Well,
the
it's over a
weekend.
weekend.
I mean, and they had a scheduled
You count
appointment.
weekend days because it's,
In the 4 days?
yeah, because you have the weekend you have on either side of a weekend to reason it's 4 days.
But on this one, I make a motion that
You do whatever you want.
we can. I make a,
It's not always right, but I mean, whatever.
How late
it's
was
not
it?
always wrong, though.
No.
It's not always wrong.
How late was it?
I make a motion. It was 5 days. It was over a weekend. They went to, her
Yeah,
brother
so
died
5 days
unexpectedly.
before.
Well, I feel sorry for him. His brother died. That's, to me, no excuse of not remembering, hey, we should call and reschedule or take care of their business.
I disagree.
Well, I think he probably put it in the thing on Sunday, Saturday or Sunday, and I don't see why we don't give it to him.
I'm gonna make a motion that,
There's nobody there that can stamp that stuff on Saturday or Sunday. Right. Just saying.
right, I mean, so how do we know? You know? So I think we should, so I guess, do we need to put it to a vote? Because we have disagreeing things.
No,
So
I'm okay. I mean, normally I would say no, but we do have the weekend. There was a death in the family. It's off by a day.
You need to make a motion, though.
So I make a motion that we do grant this, it's a second, that we grant a rescheduling of their hearing for account number, I don't have, for, property ID 24720.
Second,
Second.
Second,
in favor?
Aye.
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 Kathy, did you say aye?
I said aye.
Okay. So we
All
have
right.
1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 1 no. So it passes.
So that should conclude the business for today.
Oh, my God.
Have a full day of hearings tomorrow.
Do we have a big day tomorrow?
Yes, I'm done. Y'all want to make a motion to adjourn? The hearings tomorrow, one by one, tax agent, so it'll be
Oh, the
the
whole
same.
day's one person?
Yeah.
Oh, then we can blow through those.
Okay, I'm going to remind you
Can I
of
have
that
a-
statement tomorrow,
Can I have a
okay?
motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are.
Yay.
See you on Friday.
8:30 tomorrow morning.
Y'all have a great evening.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
Yeah, because we're closing out. Thank you, Ramona. We'll see you later. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.